445,000 years ago, extraterrestrial miners arrived on Earth searching for gold to save their dying planet. When their workers rebelled, they made a decision that would forever change the destiny of this world. Create a new species by mixing their DNA with terrestrial primates. We are the result of that experiment. For millennia, we have searched for answers about our origins, while evidence of our true creators was hidden in plain sight. Impossible constructions, genetic anomalies, texts describing advanced technology, and modern sightings that coincide with ancestral prophecies. The irony is devastating. We have developed the necessary technology to detect the return of those who designed us. The Anunnaki are returning, and this time, humanity is prepared to face the truth about who we really are. In 1849, a British archaeologist named Austin Henry Layard was excavating in the ruins of what was once Nineveh in present-day Iraq. What he found would not only change his life, but would raise questions that to this day remain without satisfactory answers. More than 22,000 clay tablets covered with cuneiform writing emerged from the rubble of the ancient library of King Ashurbanipal. These were not simple commercial records or royal decrees. When specialists began translating the content, they encountered something completely unexpected. The tablets spoke of beings called Anunnaki, which literally means those who came from heaven to earth. But the thing is, these were not vague mythological references or folkloric tales. The texts described with technical precision the arrival of these beings, their specific activities on Earth, and most disturbing of all, their direct role in the creation of humanity. The translators found themselves with detailed descriptions of processes that sounded disturbingly similar to what we know today as genetic engineering. The difference between these texts and traditional mythologies was abysmal. While most ancient myths speak in vague and symbolic terms, the Sumerian tablets provided specific data, proper names, precise geographical locations, detailed chronologies, and technical descriptions of complex processes. For example, the tablets mention that the Anunnaki established their first bases in specific places like Eridu and Ur, real cities whose ruins have been excavated and studied extensively. They speak of Anu as the supreme leader, Enlil as the commander of terrestrial operations, and Enki as the chief scientist in charge of genetic experiments. But here comes the really strange part. The Sumerians appeared in history around 4,500 BC, emerging practically from nowhere with a level of knowledge that should not have existed at that time. They developed the first known form of writing, cuneiform, around 3,200 BC. They created the first documented legal system, built the first city-states, and invented mathematical concepts that we continue to use today. Their mathematical system, based on the number 60, is the reason we divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds. They knew planetary movements with a precision that would not be achieved again until the development of the telescope. They could predict eclipses and understood the precession of the equinoxes, an astronomical phenomenon that requires thousands of years of observations to be detected. What really puzzles academics is how a civilization could develop all this knowledge so quickly. There is no evidence of gradual evolution of knowledge. The Sumerians simply appeared with all these capabilities already developed. And then, there are the constructions. Sumerian ziggurats were not simple temples. They were complex engineering structures, built with mathematical precision and astronomically oriented. The ziggurat of Ur, for example, still stands after more than 4,000 years, which says a lot about the construction techniques employed. But when academics began translating more tablets, they encountered a problem. the descriptions became increasingly specific and technically impossible for the era. The texts spoke of vehicles that flew, of communication over great distances, of genetic manipulation, and of knowledge that supposedly humanity did not acquire until millennia later. This is where the scientific community divides. On one hand, you have traditionalists who insist that everything must be interpreted as symbolic mythology. For them, the Anunnaki are metaphorical representations of natural forces or spiritual concepts, and any similarity to advanced technology is pure coincidence. On the other hand, there are those who argue that the precision and consistency of technical details suggest that the texts could be based on real events, although poorly understood or distorted by time. What is especially frustrating is that many translations of key tablets remain restricted or classified in various academic institutions. Why limit access to what are supposedly just ancient myths? This defensive attitude has fueled theories about deliberate cover-ups. The academic resistance to considering alternative interpretations is also notable. Any researcher who suggests that the descriptions could have a literal basis risks being professionally marginalized. This pressure to maintain orthodox interpretations has severely limited research in this field. So, what will you find in this investigation? Not wild speculations or conspiracy theories, but a careful examination of verifiable data. We will analyze direct translations of the tablets, concrete archaeological evidence, and patterns that emerge when you compare Sumerian texts with records from completely separate civilizations that describe remarkably similar events. Because it turns out that the Sumerians were not the only ones to document the arrival of beings from the sky. Cultures in Egypt, India, America, and other parts of the world who had no contact with each other for millennia describe surprisingly parallel events. Same patterns, same technologies, same results. The question we should ask ourselves is not whether these stories are true, but why civilizations separated by entire oceans documented the same specific events. And why, when we analyze the evidence without academic prejudices, the data points toward a conclusion that mainstream science refuses to seriously consider. What we will discover not only challenges what we believe about our past, but could explain why certain technologies appeared out of nowhere in multiple civilizations at the same time. And why the physical evidence we find at specific archaeological sites remains inexplicable with the tools and knowledge that our ancestors supposedly had. When we literally translate the term Anunnaki from ancient Sumerian, we get those who came from heaven to earth. But this translation barely scratches the surface. The Sumerian texts reveal that we are not talking about a race of mystical beings, but something much more specific. An organized expedition with clear objectives, defined military hierarchy, and precise operational protocols. According to the tablets, the Anunnaki did not arrive as a homogeneous group of explorers. They were an expeditionary force composed of exactly 600 individuals destined for terrestrial operations, while another 300 remained in what the texts describe as celestial stations, orbital installations that served as communication and logistics bases with their home planet. This numerical division is not casual. The texts specify roles and responsibilities with the precision of a modern military manual. The 600 terrestrials were divided into specialized groups: geological prospecting teams, construction units, scientists in charge of biological experiments, and security forces to protect the operations. The command structure was equally specific. At the pinnacle was Anu, described as the supreme leader who coordinated operations from the orbital stations. Under his direct command operated two key figures who would end up defining the course of human history: Enlil, and Enki. Enlil appears in the texts as the commander of terrestrial operations, responsible for establishing bases, logistical coordination, and maintaining order. His personality, as described by the tablets, was meticulous, authoritarian, and strictly mission-oriented. For him, the expedition had specific objectives that had to be fulfilled without deviations. Enki, on the contrary, was the chief scientist of the expedition. The texts describe him as curious, innovative, and willing to experiment beyond the original parameters of the mission. It would be this fundamental difference in approaches that would eventually lead to the conflict that would define the future of humanity. But before reaching that critical point, we need to understand what exactly brought the Anunnaki to Earth. The texts are very specific about this. Their home planet, Nibiru, was experiencing what we would recognize today as a severe atmospheric crisis. Their atmosphere was deteriorating due to what the tablets describe as cracks in the sky. The solution they had identified was to disperse gold particles in their upper atmosphere. Gold, due to its unique properties of conductivity and chemical stability, could form a protective layer that would repair the atmospheric damage. But here was the problem. Nibiru had exhausted its accessible gold reserves. Interplanetary explorations had identified Earth as the most promising candidate for large-scale gold extraction. Terrestrial deposits were extensive, accessible, and of high purity. So the expedition was organized with a clear mandate: establish mining operations, extract the necessary quantities of gold, and return to Nibiru before atmospheric deterioration reached an irreversible point. The first extraction sites were established in what we know today as southeastern Africa, specifically in areas corresponding to modern South Africa and Zimbabwe. The texts describe these locations with geographical coordinates that archaeologists have been able to verify. Where the rivers carry gold from the mountains to the sea. During the first periods of the operation, everything functioned according to plan. The Anunnaki teams established operational bases, developed efficient extraction technology, and began processing significant quantities of gold. Regular shipments departed for Nibiru according to established schedules. But after several shahs, the Anunnaki time unit, equivalent to 3,600 terrestrial years, unexpected problems began to arise. The Anunnaki workers, designed for short-term operations, began to experience fatigue and deterioration from intensive mining work. Terrestrial conditions, although habitable, differed enough from Nibiru to cause cumulative physiological stress. The situation reached a critical point when mining teams began reporting cases of open insubordination. The texts describe emergency meetings where workers demanded more frequent rotations, reductions in production quotas, and better working conditions. Some units threatened to abandon their posts completely. Enlil, as operations commander, saw this as a disciplinary problem that required authoritarian solutions. He proposed implementing stricter punitive measures and possibly requesting additional reinforcements from Nibiru. For him, the mission had absolute priority over individual complaints. Enki, however, proposed a radically different solution. As chief scientist, he had been observing native terrestrial life and had identified a species of hominids that showed potential for genetic modification. His proposal was to create a hybrid workforce that could perform mining tasks while freeing the Anunnaki for supervision and more specialized operations. This proposal deeply divided the expedition leadership. Enlil argued that creating a hybrid species violated fundamental protocols and could have unpredictable consequences. Enki maintained that it was the only practical solution that would allow fulfilling the mission without operational collapse. The final decision was made in what the texts describe as an assembly of the 50, a meeting of all department leaders of the expedition. By a narrow majority, the genetic hybridization project that Enki had proposed was approved. This moment marks the turning point in human history, according to the Sumerian texts. What began as an extraterrestrial mining operation would become the most ambitious genetic engineering project ever documented. The consequences of this decision would resonate through millennia and define the course of human civilization. The texts suggest that even at that moment, both Enlil and Enki understood they were crossing a line that would fundamentally change the nature of their mission. They would no longer be simply resource extractors, but creators of a new form of life. The ethical, practical, and long-term implications of this decision would haunt them for the rest of their time on Earth. If the Anunnaki really established mining operations in southeastern Africa thousands of years ago, we should find physical evidence of these activities. And it turns out we do find it, although what we have discovered raises more questions than it answers. In 1970, a team of archaeologists led by Adrian Boschier began investigating what locals called the mines of the ancient gods in the Ngwenya Mountains in Swaziland. What they found left them completely puzzled. These were not simple primitive excavations, but a complex system of tunnels and chambers that extended for kilometers underground. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the tunnels yielded dates ranging between 70,000 and 100,000 years old. This poses an obvious problem. According to conventional archaeology, humans of that era were nomadic hunter-gatherers who had barely developed basic stone tools. They did not have the technology, social organization, or necessary knowledge for mining operations of this scale. But things get stranger when you examine the extraction methods employed. The tunnels show evidence of excavation techniques that cannot be explained with primitive tools. The rock walls present precise cuts that suggest the use of advanced metal tools, not the irregular scrapes that stone implements would leave. Michael Tellinger, a researcher who has extensively documented these sites, has identified more than 100,000 stone structures in South Africa that appear to be connected with these ancient mining operations. Many of these structures are built without mortar, using precision fitting techniques that require considerable engineering knowledge. What is particularly intriguing is the scale of the operation. Conservative calculations suggest that millions of tons of material were extracted from these mines over millennia. Where did all that gold go? The quantity extracted far exceeds what human cultures of the region could have processed or used. In the vicinity of these mining sites, archaeologists have found artifacts that simply should not exist in those temporal strata. Metal objects with alloys that require advanced smelting technology, tools with precision tolerances that suggest industrial manufacture, and structures with astronomical orientations that demonstrate sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. One of the most disturbing findings is the so-called Klerksdorp sphere. These are hundreds of metallic spheres found in rock strata 2.8 billion years old in South Africa. These spheres present perfectly parallel grooves around their equator, a characteristic that cannot be explained by natural geological processes. Their metallic composition includes alloys that do not occur naturally on Earth. But here is where things get really complicated for traditional archaeologists. When these discoveries are reported, they frequently face what can only be described as systematic institutional interference. Expeditions that had received initial funding suddenly see their funds cancelled. Sites that had been opened for research are suddenly declared natural reserves with restricted access. The most documented case is that of the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa. This circular stone structure, which some researchers believe is an astronomical calendar more than 75,000 years old, was effectively sealed from independent research after initial findings. South African authorities cited conservation concerns, but the original researchers argue that the real reason was the controversial nature of their discoveries. The same happens on other continents. In Peru, the government has severely restricted access to certain sites in Pumapunku and other megalithic complexes after independent researchers began documenting anomalies that do not fit with established chronologies. Scheduled expeditions are cancelled without explanation, and scientists who publish controversial findings encounter difficulties obtaining future permits. This pattern of restriction is not accidental. There is clear coordination between academic institutions, government agencies, and international organizations to limit research at sites that could challenge established historical narratives. The question is, why invest so much effort in suppressing research about what are supposedly just unimportant ancient structures? But perhaps most convincing is the evidence of impossible global patterns. The same types of megalithic constructions using identical techniques appear simultaneously on separate continents during the same time period. Structures in Peru, Egypt, India, and other places show construction characteristics so similar that they suggest the participation of the same architects, or at least the same technical knowledge. The precision tolerances at these sites are particularly revealing. In Pumapunku, for example, stone blocks of hundreds of tons are cut with precision of less than 1 millimeter. The angles are perfect, the surfaces are perfectly flat, and the fits between blocks are so precise that you cannot insert a sheet of paper between them. This precision requires not only advanced metal tools, but also precision measuring and leveling instruments of industrial grade. Archaeologists have calculated that reproducing this precision today would require computer numerical control machinery. However, according to the official chronology, these structures were built by cultures that supposedly only had stone and bronze tools. In Baalbek, Lebanon, we find the same pattern. The blocks of the trilithon weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were cut in a quarry located several kilometers away, transported across mountainous terrain, and placed with perfect precision at a height of several meters. Our most powerful cranes today can barely handle loads of 400 tons under ideal conditions. The evidence suggests not only that someone with advanced technology was active on Earth during periods that precede conventional human civilization, but that these activities followed globally coordinated patterns. The same techniques, the same levels of precision, the same types of constructions appearing simultaneously in locations that, according to official history, had no contact with each other. When you examine all this evidence together, the impossibly ancient mines, the out-of-place artifacts, the industrial precision constructions, and the systematic efforts to limit research, a pattern emerges that conventional archaeology simply cannot explain satisfactorily. The most logical explanation is that someone with advanced technological capabilities was active on Earth much earlier than official history admits. The labor crisis facing the Anunnaki had reached critical proportions. After 40 Shahs, approximately 144,000 terrestrial years of intensive mining work, the extraction teams were on the verge of operational collapse. The Sumerian texts describe emergency meetings where workers not only complained about conditions, but began actively abandoning their posts. The problem was more complex than the Anunnaki command had initially foreseen. The physiology of the workers, although adaptable to terrestrial conditions, was not designed for prolonged manual labor in a gravitational environment different from Nibiru. Medical reports described chronic fatigue, accelerated muscular deterioration, and what we would recognize today as post-traumatic stress from prolonged isolation from their home world. Enlil proposed conventional solutions, more frequent personnel rotations, sending additional reinforcements from Nibiru, and implementation of stricter disciplinary measures. But all these options had insurmountable logistical problems. Interplanetary travel was limited by specific orbital windows that occurred only every 3,600 years. Nibiru could not afford to send more personnel without compromising operations on their own planet. It was then that Enki presented his radical proposal. As chief scientist, he had been monitoring native terrestrial fauna and had identified a species that showed exceptional potential for genetic modification: Homo erectus. These primitive hominids already walked upright, had basic brain capacities, and showed organized group behaviors. Enki's proposal was technically ambitious, but conceptually elegant. Through controlled genetic manipulation, they could create hybrids that combined the physical resistance and terrestrial adaptability of native hominids with the intelligence and capabilities of the Anunnaki. The result would be a workforce perfectly adapted to terrestrial conditions and capable of performing complex mining tasks. The texts describe intense debates about the ethical and practical implications of this project. Enlil argued that creating a hybrid species violated fundamental protocols of non-interference with native ecosystems. He also expressed concerns about long-term control of an artificially intelligent species. Enki, however, had developed specific protocols to mitigate these risks. The hybrids would be designed with deliberate genetic limitations, reduced lifespan, dependence on tools for survival, and restrictions on reproductive capabilities. These safeguards would ensure that the created species remained subordinate to the Anunnaki. The final vote in the Assembly of the 50 was extremely close. The text suggests that the decision tilted in favor of Enki's project primarily due to the urgency of the mining crisis and the lack of viable alternatives. The creation process was carried out in specialized facilities in the Abzu, the mining region of southeastern Africa. Enki and his team of geneticists had established laboratories equipped with what the texts describe as vessels of pure clay, possibly primitive bioreactors, where the hybridization experiments would be performed. The first attempts were documented failures. The texts describe with almost clinical precision the problems encountered. Hybrids that were born with physical deformities, others that lacked sufficient cognitive capabilities, and some that simply could not survive outside the controlled laboratory environment. Enki's team systematically refined their process. They adjusted the proportions of Anunnaki versus hominid genetic material, experimented with different implantation techniques, and developed specific prenatal care protocols for developing hybrids. After multiple iterations, they managed to create a viable prototype. The texts call it Adamu, which literally means the one who comes from the earth. This first successful hybrid demonstrated all desired characteristics: sufficient intelligence to follow complex instructions, adequate physical strength for mining work, and perfect adaptation to terrestrial conditions. But there was a critical problem. Individual hybrids had limited lifespans, and the laboratory creation process was too slow to generate the numbers necessary to completely replace the Anunnaki workforce. They needed a solution that would allow independent reproduction of the created species. This led to the development of the female counterpart, Tiamat, Mother of Life. The process for creating female hybrids required additional adjustments to the genetic protocol, particularly in reproductive systems. The texts describe these experiments with the same level of technical detail that characterizes all Anunnaki documentation. Once both prototypes demonstrated viability and reproductive compatibility, mass production began. The texts specify that 7 reproductive pairs were initially created, distributing them in strategic locations around the main mining operations. The results were immediately evident. The hybrids not only efficiently fulfilled assigned mining tasks, but their adaptation to terrestrial conditions made them considerably more productive than the original Anunnaki workers. Additionally, their natural reproductive capacity eliminated the need for constant laboratory intervention. However, the project's success created unforeseen tensions. Enlil, who had been skeptical from the beginning, began expressing growing concerns about accelerated intelligence development in the hybrids. Field reports indicated that the new creatures were learning faster than anticipated and beginning to develop independent behaviors that were not programmed. Enki, on the contrary, saw these developments as evidence of his design's success. The hybrids were fulfilling and exceeding all operational expectations. Mining operations had reached unprecedented productivity levels, and the original Anunnaki workers had been freed for supervision tasks and specialized operations. But the true magnitude of Enki's achievement would become evident only after several generations of hybrids. The descendants of the original prototypes showed not only stable reproductive capabilities, but also progressive cognitive development. Each generation seemed slightly more intelligent, more adaptable, and more independent than the previous one. The texts suggest that this progressive development was not accidental. Enki had incorporated into the genetic design what we might call growth potential, the species' capacity to continue developing beyond its initial parameters. This represented both the greatest triumph of Anunnaki genetic engineering and the seed of future conflicts, because what Enki had created was not simply a temporary workforce, but a new form of life with potential for eventual independence. The implications of this realization would permanently divide the Anunnaki leaders and set the stage for conflicts that would eventually end their direct presence on Earth. The Sumerian texts are not limited to describing the Anunnaki as advanced beings in general terms. They provide specific details about their technological capabilities that, when analyzed carefully, reveal a level of sophistication that challenges everything we think we know about the technological possibilities of ancient civilizations. The descriptions of their aerial vehicles are particularly detailed. The texts mention multiple types of aircraft, each designed for specific functions. There were the Mu, heavy transport vehicles capable of moving massive loads across great distances. The Shem were apparently smaller exploration ships, used for reconnaissance and personnel transport. And then there were the Gear, specialized vehicles that seemed designed specifically for interplanetary navigation. What is fascinating is the technical precision with which these vehicles are described. The texts do not present them as magical or supernatural objects, but as machines with specific operational characteristics. They mention propulsion systems that generated scorching wind and brilliant glow, fuels that produced thick smoke during takeoff, and cargo capacities measured in specific units. Flight records are equally detailed. The texts describe specific routes used for travel between their various terrestrial installations. Enlil maintained a regular route between Nippur, the main command center, and the mining sites in southeastern Africa. These trips apparently took specific fractions of a terrestrial day, suggesting calculable cruising speeds. But perhaps more impressive than their flight capabilities were their long-distance communication systems. The texts describe a communication network that connected not only the various terrestrial installations, but maintained constant contact with Nibiru and the orbital stations. This network depended on what the texts call communication towers established in strategic locations around the planet. These were not simple passive structures, but active installations that required specialized operators and regular maintenance. The texts mention specific protocols for emergency transmissions, routine communications, and data links for technical information transfer. The precision of these communications was remarkable. The texts describe real-time conversations between leaders on Earth and command on Nibiru, despite the astronomical distances involved. This suggests not only advanced transmission technology, but also methods to overcome the temporal delays inherent in interplanetary communications. Their capabilities in matter manipulation were equally impressive. The texts describe tools that could cut stone like butter, techniques for transporting massive blocks without effort, and construction methods that produced structures that would endure for eternity. These are not vague or poetic descriptions. The texts provide specific details about stone extraction techniques, transport methods that apparently negated the weight of materials, and construction processes that achieved extraordinary precision tolerances. The descriptions suggest technology that manipulated gravitational or electromagnetic forces in ways we are barely beginning to understand. In the realm of metallurgy, the texts describe smelting processes that could produce metals of perfect purity and alloys with specific design properties. They mention furnaces that reached extreme temperatures using fuels that did not require external oxygen sources, and molding techniques that produced objects with complex geometries in single operations. Particularly intriguing is their ability to work with what they called the metal of the heavens, apparently metals extracted from extraterrestrial sources. The texts suggest they had access to materials with properties not naturally found on Earth, possibly obtained from asteroids or brought directly from Nibiru. Their medical and biological knowledge was equally advanced. The texts describe complex surgical procedures performed with precision instruments, diagnostic techniques that could identify diseases in early stages, and treatments that could significantly extend lifespan. But perhaps most notable was their understanding of what we today call genetics. The texts describe genetic modification processes with a precision that suggests detailed knowledge of DNA and inheritance mechanisms. They mention techniques for combining genetic material from different species, methods for introducing specific characteristics in organisms, and protocols for maintaining genetic stability across multiple generations. The texts also describe what appear to be cloning techniques. They mention the creation of identical individuals for specific purposes, methods for preserving genetic material during extended periods, and processes for activating or deactivating particular genetic characteristics as needed. In agriculture, they developed techniques that completely transform terrestrial food productivity. The texts describe genetic modification of plants to increase yields, improve nutritional value, and adapt crops to specific environmental conditions. These modifications apparently were achieved in generations, not in the millennia required by natural selection. They also developed irrigation systems of extraordinary sophistication. The texts describe channels that could transport water across hundreds of kilometers without significant loss, distribution systems that could automatically regulate flow according to crop needs, and purification methods that could make water potable from contaminated sources. Their capabilities in weather prediction and control were particularly advanced. The texts describe techniques for modifying rainfall patterns, methods for dissipating destructive storms, and the ability to generate specific weather conditions to optimize mining or agricultural operations. Perhaps most sobering is that the texts suggest many of these technologies were deliberately destroyed or removed from Earth when the Anunnaki completed their mission. Descriptions of their departure include systematic deactivation of installations, destruction of specialized equipment, and removal of materials that could allow humans to replicate their technologies. However, the texts also suggest that some technologies were deliberately preserved in limited forms, transferred to specific lines of hybrid humans who would serve as custodians of knowledge until a future return. This selective preservation of knowledge would explain why certain advanced technological capabilities appeared suddenly in specific human civilizations, only to disappear again when those civilizations collapsed. To fully understand the Anunnaki and their motivations, we need to examine their world of origin. Nibiru was not a conventional planet by the standards of our solar system. The Sumerian texts describe it as a world in an extremely elliptical orbit that carried it far from our Sun during most of its orbital cycle. Nibiru's orbital period was exactly 3,600 terrestrial years, a measurement the Sumerians called a Shah. This extreme orbit meant that Nibiru spent most of its time in the cold and dark regions of outer space, approaching the Sun only during relatively brief periods in each cycle. This unique orbital characteristic had profoundly shaped Anunnaki civilization. During the long periods of solar distance, Nibiru depended completely on internal heat generated by geological processes and a carefully maintained atmosphere that could efficiently retain and recycle thermal energy. The texts describe Nibiru as a world rich in heavy metals and rare minerals, but poor in the light elements that abound in planets formed in stable solar orbits. This unique composition had allowed the Anunnaki to develop advanced metallurgical technologies, but had also made them dependent on an artificial atmosphere that required constant maintenance. Nibiru's atmosphere was not naturally sustainable. The texts describe a complex system of celestial ceilings, apparently artificial atmospheric layers that maintained habitable conditions on the planet's surface. These layers required periodic renewal with specific materials, particularly finely dispersed gold particles that served as atmospheric stabilizers. The civilization that developed on Nibiru had reached extraordinary technological levels thousands of years before their arrival on Earth. The texts describe cities with environmental control systems that could maintain optimal conditions regardless of the planet's orbital position. They had transportation technology that allowed efficient travel across the vast distances of their world, and communication systems that maintained social cohesion despite challenging environmental conditions. But all this sophistication depended on a delicate balance. Nibiru's artificial atmospheric systems required constant maintenance, and the materials necessary for this maintenance were not infinitely abundant on the planet. For thousands of years, the Anunnaki had extracted and processed local minerals to maintain their atmosphere, but eventually they faced a resource crisis. The texts describe this crisis in terms that suggest a gradual but accelerating deterioration of atmospheric systems. The cracks in the sky became more frequent and larger. Climate control systems required more frequent repairs. The atmospheric stability that had maintained civilization for millennia began to fail. The options available to the Anunnaki were limited. They could attempt to develop completely new technologies for atmospheric maintenance, but this would require time they did not have. They could search for replacement materials on their own planet, but geological analyses indicated that remaining reserves would not be sufficient. Or they could seek the necessary materials on other worlds. Interplanetary exploration had identified several candidates, but Earth stood out for multiple reasons. It had abundant deposits of high-purity gold, the materials were relatively accessible near the surface, and the planet showed environmental conditions that would allow sustained operations with minimal equipment modifications. More importantly, Earth was located in an orbital position that allowed relatively easy access during Nibiru's periodic approaches to the inner solar system. Orbital calculations indicated they could establish lasting operations and maintain regular communications with the home world. The decision to proceed with the terrestrial expedition was not taken lightly. The texts describe extensive debates in Nibiru's governing council about the risks and benefits of the operation. Concerns included the extreme communication distance during most of the orbital cycle, inherent risks in operations on a strange world, and long-term implications of depending on extraplanetary resources. However, the alternative, gradual atmospheric collapse and eventual extinction of civilization, made the terrestrial expedition not only desirable, but absolutely necessary. Analyses indicated they had a specific time window during which they could extract sufficient materials from Earth to ensure Nibiru's atmospheric stability during multiple future orbital cycles. The expedition was organized as a military scientific operation with specific objectives and defined timelines. The original plan was to establish efficient mining operations, extract the necessary quantities of gold, and return to Nibiru before their orbit carried them away from the inner solar system again. The texts suggest that the expedition planners significantly underestimated the operational challenges they would face on Earth. Although they had correctly anticipated basic environmental conditions, they had not foreseen the intensity of physical work required for mining operations, nor the psychological effects of prolonged isolation from Nibiru. These unforeseen circumstances led to the crises that eventually resulted in humanity's creation as a solution to their labor problems. What had begun as a temporary mining expedition became an extended planetary presence with implications the original planners had never considered. The texts also suggest that the situation on Nibiru during the terrestrial expedition did not remain static. Atmospheric deterioration continued, creating additional pressure for the success of terrestrial operations. This would explain why the Anunnaki were willing to take unprecedented technological risks, such as creating hybrid species to ensure mission fulfillment. Modern astronomy has found indirect evidence that could support the existence of an object like Nibiru. Gravitational perturbations in the orbits of outer planets suggest the presence of a massive object in the outer solar system. Astronomers have proposed the existence of a Planet X or Planet 9 that could explain these orbital anomalies. If Nibiru really exists and maintains the orbit described in the Sumerian texts, its next approaches to the inner solar system can be calculated. These calculations suggest we might be approaching another period of visibility and possible contact, which adds contemporary urgency to understanding Anunnaki history. The tensions between Enlil and Enki, which had been latent since the beginning of the expedition, finally exploded in what the Sumerian texts describe as the Wars of the Gods. These were not minor disputes over operational policies, but fundamental conflicts about the future of humanity and the role of the Anunnaki on Earth. The breaking point came when human hybrids began developing capabilities beyond what Enlil considered safe or appropriate. Field reports indicated that new generations were not only fulfilling their assigned labor functions, but were beginning to question orders, develop tools independently, and even form complex social structures without direct supervision. For Enlil, this represented a dangerous violation of expedition protocols. His perspective was clear. The hybrids had been created as biological tools to solve a specific problem. Allowing them to evolve toward true independence compromised not only operational security, but established dangerous precedents for future Anunnaki expeditions. Enki, however, saw human development as evidence of his genetic design's success. the hybrids were demonstrating exactly the type of adaptability and intelligence he had attempted to incorporate into their genetic code. For him, attempting to suppress this development would be like destroying the most successful genetic engineering masterpiece ever achieved. The first manifestations of the conflict were subtle. Enlil began implementing restrictions on human access to certain areas of Anunnaki installations. He prohibited the teaching of specific knowledge he considered too advanced. He established protocols that limited interaction between Anunnaki and humans to strictly functional relationships. Enki responded by systematically contravening these restrictions. The texts describe how he began secretly teaching certain humans knowledge of advanced agriculture, basic metallurgy, and principles of astronomy. He justified these actions by arguing that more knowledgeable humans would be more efficient workers. The conflict escalated when some of the direct descendants of the Anunnaki, those the texts call Watchers, began forming romantic relationships with human women. These unions produced hybrid offspring with extraordinary physical and intellectual capabilities. The texts describe them as giants with superhuman strength and exceptional intelligence. Enlil saw these unions as a fundamental violation of species protocols. He argued that uncontrolled hybridization could produce individuals with capabilities that would rival the Anunnaki themselves, creating potential for future rebellion. He demanded immediate cessation of all interspecies relationships and sterilization of any hybrid offspring. Enki opposed categorically. For him, these unions represented the next logical step in human hybrid evolution. Mixed descendants could serve as intermediaries between Anunnaki and humans, facilitating administration of expanding human populations. Additionally, they would provide valuable genetic material for future improvement experiments. The situation reached a critical point when one of the giant hybrids, known in the texts as Marduk, began openly challenging Enlil's authority. Marduk had inherited not only exceptional physical capabilities, but also direct access to Anunnaki technological knowledge through his paternal lineage. The texts describe Marduk organizing other hybrids, and even some regular humans, into what was effectively a rebel faction. This faction began appropriating minor Anunnaki installations, experimenting with restricted technologies, and developing weapons that could represent real threats to Enlil's forces. Enlil's response was swift and devastating. Using what the texts describe as weapons that burn mountains and fire that descends from heaven, he launched targeted attacks against rebel-controlled installations. The descriptions of these weapons are disturbingly specific. They mention light brighter than 1,000 suns, heat that melts stone instantly, and poisonous wind that kills everything it touches. These descriptions coincide remarkably with the effects of nuclear weapons. The texts specifically mention that after these attacks, affected areas remained cursed for generations, where nothing could grow and anyone who entered became sick and died. This description of residual radiation is consistent with modern nuclear test sites. Geological evidence supports these descriptions. In the Jordan River Valley, particularly in areas corresponding to the biblical locations of Sodom and Gomorrah, geologists have found layers of vitreous material that can only form under extreme temperatures similar to those generated by nuclear explosions. Radioisotope analyses in these areas show anomalous concentrations consistent with ancient nuclear events. The Sinai Peninsula area also shows evidence of ancient catastrophic events. Satellite photographs reveal terraforming scars that suggest massive explosions. Sand samples from the region contain unusual concentrations of elements normally found only at nuclear test sites. The effects of these wars of the gods extended far beyond immediate military targets. The texts describe clouds of death dust that spread across vast areas, contaminating water sources and making entire regions uninhabitable. Human populations in affected areas suffered mysterious diseases that passed from generation to generation. But perhaps most significant is that these wars marked the beginning of the end of direct Anunnaki presence on Earth. The texts suggest that the use of weapons of mass destruction against civilian population, both human and Anunnaki, violated fundamental ethical codes that even warring factions respected. The repercussions extended to Nibiru. The texts describe emergency communications where superior command expressed horror at the conflict's escalation and demanded immediate cessation of hostilities. Unauthorized use of nuclear weaponry represented not only a violation of operational protocols, but an existential threat to the entire expedition. Resolving the conflict required direct intervention from Nibiru. The texts describe the arrival of high-ranking mediators who imposed a ceasefire and began negotiations for territorial division of Earth between the conflicting factions. Enlil received control of operations in Mesopotamia and the main technological installations. Enki maintained authority over southeastern African mining regions and associated human populations. Areas devastated by nuclear weapons were declared prohibited zones, off-limits to both factions. But the damage was already done. The war had destroyed critical infrastructure, contaminated vast areas, and demonstrated that conflicts between Anunnaki could have devastating consequences for the entire terrestrial population. More importantly, it had irreparably broken the command unity that had kept the expedition functioning effectively for millennia. The texts suggest that from this point forward, both factions began planning their eventual departure from Earth. Main mining operations had been completed, necessary gold reserves had been extracted, and the cost of maintaining terrestrial presence had increased dramatically due to internal conflicts. However, there remained the question of what to do with the human populations they had created. These were no longer simply biological tools, but complex societies with developed cultures and growing technological capabilities. The decision about humanity's fate would be the last great point of contention between Enlil and Enki, leading to the most devastating event in human history, the Great Flood. After the nuclear wars, the relationship between Anunnaki leaders had reached a point of irreversible rupture. But a new crisis was developing that would force an even more drastic decision about humanity's future. The Sumerian texts describe this crisis with a detail that is both fascinating and terrifying. Anunnaki monitoring systems had detected growing instabilities in Antarctica's ice sheets. Their analyses indicated that Nibiru's next approach to the inner solar system would generate gravitational effects that could massively destabilize these ice formations, causing catastrophic increases in global ocean levels. Modern science confirms that such rapid melting events have occurred in Earth's geological past. Geologists have identified multiple periods where ocean levels increased dramatically in relatively short time scales. What makes the Sumerian description unique is the precision with which it predicts both the timing and magnitude of the event. The texts indicate that the Anunnaki not only predicted the flood, but had an intense debate about whether to warn human populations or allow the event to eliminate what Enlil saw as a growing demographic problem. For Enlil, the flood represented a perfect solution to multiple operational problems. Human populations had grown beyond what he considered manageable. Advanced hybrids continued developing capabilities that could eventually represent threats, and maintaining human populations required resources that could be better utilized in preparing for the return to Nibiru. His proposal was simple: allow the flood to occur naturally without intervention. Human populations would be reduced to manageable numbers or eliminated completely. The Anunnaki could take refuge in their elevated installations or orbital stations until the waters receded. Then, they could complete their final operations and depart for Nibiru with a clean planet behind them. Enki categorically opposed this proposal. For him, allowing human population's extinction would be like destroying the most successful artwork ever created. Humans were not just labor tools, but a new form of life with unlimited potential. Destroying this achievement for operational convenience was ethically unforgivable. Debates intensified when projections were refined. Analyses indicated that the flood would not be a regional event, but a planetary catastrophe that would eliminate practically all terrestrial life except marine forms. Anunnaki installations at low elevations would also be destroyed, requiring massive personnel evacuation. Enlil saw this as additional confirmation that complete evacuation was the only rational option. He argued that the costs of protecting human populations during an event of this magnitude would exceed any future benefit they could provide. Resources necessary for massive rescue operations would compromise Anunnaki safety themselves. Enki developed an alternative plan in secret. If official policy was not to interfere with the flood, he would work outside official channels to preserve at least cores of human population and accumulated knowledge. His plan would involve selecting specific individuals with superior genetic heritage and providing them with information and resources necessary to survive the cataclysm. The texts describe how Enki identified a specific human called Ziusudra, known in later traditions as Utnapishtim or Noah, who met specific criteria for the preservation project. Ziusudra had hybrid genetic heritage that provided him with superior intelligence and extended longevity. He had also demonstrated loyalty to Enki and capacity for complex construction projects. The instructions Enki provided to Ziusudra were remarkably technically specific. The texts describe precise dimensions for ark construction, specific materials that should be used, and sealing methods that could resist extreme pressures. They also included ventilation systems, internal compartmentalization, and provisions for preserving both animal life and genetic material. What is particularly intriguing is that the technical specifications described in the Sumerian texts would produce a vessel functionally superior to ship designs that were developed thousands of years later. The proportions and construction methods would optimize both stability and cargo capacity in ways that require advanced understanding of naval engineering. But Ziusudra was not the only beneficiary of Enki's preservation plan. The texts suggest that multiple survival sites were established in strategic locations around the planet. These operations were coordinated to preserve not only human populations, but also samples of animal life, food plant seeds, and archives of accumulated knowledge. When the flood finally came, its magnitude exceeded even the most pessimistic projections. The texts describe events that suggest not only massive glacial melting, but also extensive seismic activity, alterations in planetary rotation, and permanent changes in terrestrial geography. The Sumerian description of the event includes details that could only be known through direct observation or sophisticated monitoring instruments. They mention the specific sequence of events. First, massive fractures in ice formations, then earthquakes, followed by ocean waves of impossible heights, and finally, torrential rain that lasted exactly 40 days. The texts also describe effects on Anunnaki installations. Many of their terrestrial bases were completely destroyed. Their communication systems were interrupted. Personnel who had not been evacuated in time were lost. The event represented an operational disaster that required massive infrastructure reconstruction. When the waters finally receded, the terrestrial landscape had been completely transformed. Entire mountain ranges had been altered. Fertile valleys had been buried under oceanic sediments. Rivers ran through completely new courses. The planet the Anunnaki had known for millennia no longer existed. Human survivors emerged in a completely different world. Populations had been reduced to small, scattered groups that preserved only fragments of the knowledge and technology they had accumulated over centuries. Great cities had disappeared. Agricultural systems had been destroyed. Human civilization had to begin essentially from zero. But the texts suggest that this restart was not completely accidental. Enki had provided survivor groups with specific knowledge packages designed to allow rapid reconstruction of essential capabilities. These included agricultural techniques adapted to new terrestrial conditions, construction methods appropriate for available materials, and basic knowledge of metallurgy and medicine. The flood also marked a fundamental change in the relationship between Anunnaki and humans. The texts indicate that after the event, the Anunnaki adopted a policy of indirect supervision instead of direct administration. Humans would be allowed to develop their own societies, but under constant monitoring and with occasional intervention to prevent developments that could threaten Anunnaki interests. This new relationship established precedents that would influence all future interactions between creators and their creation. Humans had demonstrated both their fragility and their resistance. The flood had proven they could be easily eliminated if necessary, but also that they could survive catastrophes that would destroy entire civilizations. For the Anunnaki, the flood represented both an operational success and a personal tragedy. They had demonstrated their capacity to control planetary events, but at a cost that included massive destruction of their own installations and loss of decades of development work. The experience would reinforce their eventual decision to end their direct presence on Earth and return to Nibiru. Once the floodwaters receded and human populations began reorganizing, the Anunnaki faced a critical decision about what knowledge to transfer to survivors. Not all knowledge was considered safe for human preservation, but certain essential elements had to be transmitted to ensure civilization could rebuild effectively. The Sumerian texts reveal that a specific categorization of knowledge existed according to its security level. In the most basic category were survival techniques, agriculture, basic construction, primitive medicine, and elementary metallurgy. These types of knowledge were considered necessary to maintain viable human populations without representing future threats. Astronomy occupied a special position in this knowledge hierarchy. The Anunnaki recognized that humans would need navigation capabilities and time calculation to rebuild complex societies. However, the level of astronomical knowledge they transferred enormously exceeded these basic needs. The texts describe how Enki personally instructed certain selected humans in the movements of celestial bodies that were not visible to the naked eye. These individuals learned about the outer planets of the solar system, the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and the existence of Nibiru, with its specific 3,600-year orbit. Even more impressive was the knowledge of equinoctial precession that was transmitted to flood survivors. This astronomical phenomenon, where Earth's axial orientation slowly changes over a cycle of approximately 26,000 years, requires precise observations during millennia to be detected. However, post-flood humans demonstrated immediate understanding of this concept. The calendars developed by early post-flood civilizations show sophistication that cannot be explained by independent development. The Sumerian calendar incorporated calculations that considered not only basic solar and lunar movements, but also complex correlations with planetary movements. They could predict eclipses with precision and calculate dates of astronomical events decades in advance. In mathematics, the sexagesimal system, base 60, that the Sumerians adopted immediately after the flood represents one of the most sophisticated developments in mathematical history. This system not only allows efficient arithmetic calculations, but is specifically optimized for complex astronomical and geometric calculations. The texts reveal that this mathematical system was not gradually developed by humans, but was transferred as a complete knowledge package. Early Sumerian mathematical documents show immediate mastery of concepts like complex fractions, geometric progressions, and calculations of areas and volumes that normally require centuries of mathematical development. The applied geometry that appears in post-flood constructions is equally revealing. Early ziggurats show sophisticated understanding of structural principles, weight distribution, and material optimization. These structures incorporate specific mathematical proportions that maximize both stability and construction efficiency. But perhaps most notable is the sudden appearance of advanced medical knowledge in early post-flood civilizations. Sumerian medical texts describe surgical procedures that require detailed understanding of human anatomy, sterilization techniques, and basic pharmacology. These texts include descriptions of cataract operations, basic neurosurgery procedures, and orthopedic techniques that would not be rediscovered until millennia later. Described pharmacological treatments use specific combinations of medicinal plants that demonstrate advanced chemical understanding of active compounds. Particularly intriguing is the applied genetics knowledge that appears in early agricultural texts. The Sumerians demonstrated immediately after the flood capacity to develop crop varieties with specific characteristics: higher yield, disease resistance, adaptation to particular climatic conditions. These agricultural improvement techniques did not follow patterns of gradual natural selection, but showed understanding of inheritance principles that Western science would not formally articulate until the 19th century. The texts describe specific methods for combining essences of different plants to produce offspring with desired characteristics. The hydraulic engineering knowledge transferred to early post-flood humans also significantly exceeded basic survival needs. Sumerian irrigation systems incorporated principles of fluid dynamics, pressure control, and optimized distribution that required sophisticated understanding of fluid mechanics. These systems could transport water across great distances with minimal loss, automatically regulate flow according to seasonal needs, and maintain water quality through filtration and purification techniques. The level of engineering involved suggests direct knowledge transfer rather than independent development. However, the texts also reveal that certain knowledge was deliberately retained or fragmented to prevent developments the Anunnaki considered dangerous. Technologies for aerial transport, long-distance communication, and large-scale material manipulation were not transferred to general human populations. This selective retention created what the texts describe as fragmented knowledge, partial understanding of scientific principles that allowed limited applications but prevented complete reconstruction of Anunnaki technologies. Humans could use basic metals, but not advanced alloys, could build impressive structures, but not with the precision tolerances of Anunnaki constructions. The texts also describe the establishment of specific lineages of humans who would serve as custodians of more advanced knowledge. These individuals, frequently described as priests or scribes, had access to information libraries that were not shared with general populations. These knowledge custodians were responsible for preserving specific information across generations and transferring it only to carefully selected successors. The texts suggest that this selective preservation system would ensure that critical knowledge would survive even if individual civilizations collapsed. Particularly significant is that much of this preserved knowledge included information about the timeline of Anunnaki return. Custodians maintained calendars and calculations that predicted when Nibiru would return to the inner solar system and when communications with the Anunnaki could be re-established. This information was considered so sensitive that the texts describe elaborate encoding systems used to conceal it within apparently religious or mythological narratives. Only individuals with specific decoding keys could extract real technical information from these apparently symbolic texts. The result of these knowledge transfer policies was the establishment of human civilizations that showed extraordinary technical capabilities in specific areas, but lacked fundamental understanding of underlying scientific principles. This would explain why so many ancient technologies were eventually lost. They depended on transferred knowledge that had not been completely understood by their human users. While the Anunnaki established their operations on Earth and developed hybrid human populations for mining work, something began to occur that was not in the original plans. Some of the Anunnaki assigned to direct supervision of human populations started forming intimate relationships with human women, producing offspring that the texts describe with extraordinary characteristics. The Sumerian texts specifically identify 200 Anunnaki, known as the Watchers, who descended from their monitoring stations to establish bases on Mount Hermon. This group was led by individuals whose names appear consistently in multiple traditions: Shemyaza, Azazel, Armaros, and others. Their original mission was to observe and report on the development of post-flood human populations. However, these watchers began finding human women attractive, particularly those who showed evidence of superior hybrid genetic heritage. The texts described these women as exceptionally beautiful, intelligent, and with extended longevity compared to typical human populations. The unions that resulted from these relationships produced offspring that the texts call Nephilim, literally those who fell, or the fallen ones. These were not ordinary hybrids like those Enki had created for mining work. They were individuals who inherited physical and intellectual characteristics directly from pure-blood Anunnaki fathers. The physical descriptions of the Nephilim are remarkably consistent across multiple textual sources. They are described as individuals of extraordinary stature, frequently reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. They possessed physical strength that enormously exceeded normal human capabilities. They could move stone blocks that required teams of ordinary humans to transport. But their physical stature was only one of their distinctive characteristics. The texts describe cognitive capabilities that rivaled those of the Anunnaki themselves. They could master complex techniques after minimal exposure, develop technological innovations independently, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of advanced scientific principles. Particularly notable was their longevity. While the hybrid humans created by Enki had been designed with limited lifespans as a control measure, the Nephilim directly inherited Anunnaki longevity genes. The texts suggest that some lived for several centuries, accumulating knowledge and experience that made them natural authority figures in their communities. Archaeological evidence for the existence of these giants is more extensive than commonly reported. During the 18th and 19th centuries, before modern archaeological protocols restricted reports of anomalous findings, newspapers, and scientific journals regularly documented the discovery of extraordinarily sized skeletons in North America. The Smithsonian Institution, in particular, received hundreds of these skeletons during 19th century excavations. Reports described individuals with statures ranging between 2.5 and 4 meters, frequently found in contexts suggesting elevated social status, elaborate burials, high-quality artifacts, and prominent geographical locations. What is particularly intriguing is that many of these skeletons showed distinctive cranial characteristics, significantly larger cranial capacities than normal humans, more robust bone structures, and in some cases, additional rows of teeth. These characteristics coincide with textual descriptions of the Nephilim. However, most of these specimens have disappeared from institutional collections. When modern researchers have attempted to locate them for additional studies, they frequently find that records have been lost or that specimens were accidentally destroyed during collection reorganizations. The Nephilim were distinguished not only by their extraordinary physical characteristics, but also by the capabilities they developed. The texts describe how these individuals became natural leaders of human populations, establishing dynasties that would last for centuries and developing technologies that would transform entire civilizations. Some Nephilim specialized in advanced metallurgy, developing techniques for working metals that ordinary humans could not manipulate. Others became architects and engineers, designing megalithic structures that required sophisticated understanding of structural principles. Several established themselves as astronomers and mathematicians, developing calculation systems that would allow precise predictions of celestial events. But perhaps most significant is that the Nephilim served as intermediaries between the Anunnaki and human populations. Their dual heritage allowed them to communicate effectively with both groups, translating not only languages, but also complex technological and scientific concepts. This intermediation function granted them considerable political power. The texts describe how many Nephilim established kingdoms where they ruled as god-kings, combining authority derived from their Anunnaki lineage with loyalty from human populations who benefited from their advanced knowledge. However, their special status also created tensions with Anunnaki population control policies. Enlil, in particular, saw the Nephilim as potential threats to the established order. Their longevity allowed them to accumulate long-term power. Their superior intelligence gave them capacity to develop technologies independently, and their authority over human populations provided them with resources to challenge Anunnaki decisions. The texts describe several incidents where specific Nephilim were identified as leaders of movements that challenged Anunnaki restrictions. Some attempted to appropriate restricted technological installations. Others organized expeditions to discover knowledge that had been deliberately hidden from human populations. The situation became particularly problematic when some Nephilim began reproducing among themselves, creating lines of descent with even greater concentrations of Anunnaki heritage. These second-generation descendants showed capabilities that approached dangerously close to those of the Anunnaki themselves. Enlil proposed several solutions for the Nephilim problem. One option was forced sterilization to prevent additional reproduction. Another was relocation to remote areas where they could not influence main human populations. The most drastic was direct elimination of individuals who were identified as specific threats. Enki opposed these measures, arguing that the Nephilim represented the natural evolution of his hybridization project. For him, these individuals demonstrated the true potential of combining Anunnaki and human genetics. Eliminating them would be like destroying the most successful results of decades of genetic research. The conflict over the fate of the Nephilim intensified when some of these individuals began teaching forbidden knowledge to general human populations. The texts describe how certain Nephilim shared advanced metallurgy techniques, warfare methods, medical knowledge, and even astronomical principles that had been classified as too dangerous for general distribution. These violations of security protocols provided Enlil with justification for more aggressive actions. The texts describe military operations directed specifically against communities led by problematic Nephilim. These operations used advanced Anunnaki weaponry and resulted in complete destruction of entire settlements. However, the distributed nature of Nephilim populations made it impossible to eliminate them completely. The texts suggest that many Nephilim survived these operations by moving to remote regions or establishing underground communities where they could continue developing independently of direct Anunnaki supervision. The long-term legacy of the Nephilim extended far beyond their individual lives. Their descendants, although gradually genetically diluted through marriages with ordinary humans, retained distinctive characteristics that distinguish them from typical human populations. These lines of descent would become the royal and aristocratic families that would dominate human civilizations for millennia. The texts suggest that knowledge of Anunnaki techniques was also preserved within these family lines, transmitted secretly from generation to generation. This hidden knowledge included not only technical information, but also timelines for the eventual return of the Anunnaki and protocols for re-establishing communications. When the Anunnaki finally departed from Earth, they left behind Nephilim populations that effectively served as their local representatives. These individuals would maintain supervision of human populations, preserve essential knowledge, and prepare the ground for the eventual return of their divine ancestors. When the floodwaters finally receded, human survivors found themselves in a completely transformed world. Pre-flood civilizations had been completely erased. The techniques, knowledge, and social structures that had taken millennia to develop had disappeared. Humanity had to start from zero, but this time with a crucial difference: direct guidance from the Anunnaki. The Sumerian texts describe how Enki and his followers selected a specific region in Mesopotamia for establishing the first post-flood civilization. This area, located between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, had been transformed by the cataclysm into extraordinarily fertile lands, perfect for intensive agriculture and urban development. What makes Sumeria unique is not only that it was the first post-flood civilization, but the speed with which it reached levels of sophistication that would not be equaled for millennia. In less than 500 years after the flood, the Sumerians had developed writing, established complex legal codes, built monumental cities, and mastered techniques that other civilizations would take thousands of years to achieve. The first Sumerian city, Eridu, was established according to precise specifications provided by Enki. The texts describe how he personally supervised its construction, providing architectural plans, construction techniques, and engineering systems that would allow long-term sustainability. Eridu was not simply a human settlement, but a prototype for urban civilization. The location of Eridu was not accidental. Modern geological analyses confirm it was built at a convergence point of underground currents that provided access to abundant fresh water even during dry periods. It was also strategically positioned to control trade routes between different geographical regions. But Eridu was only the beginning. The texts describe how Enlil established Nippur as the administrative center of the region. Nippur would function as a coordination point for all Anunnaki operations in Mesopotamia, equipped with communication systems that maintained constant contact with other global installations. Nippur contained what the texts call the Duran Ki, literally, the place that connects heaven and earth. This installation served multiple functions: communication center, data archive, training facility for human elites, and control point for monitoring regional populations. Nippur's construction incorporated technologies that significantly exceeded human construction capabilities of the era. The texts describe foundation techniques that ensured structural stability for centuries, ventilation systems that maintained optimal environmental conditions, and architectural features that amplified acoustic communications. Other Sumerian cities were established according to the same pattern of centralized planning. Ur became the center of operations for Nanar, specialized in resource administration and development of advanced agricultural techniques. Uruk was designated as a cultural center where art, literature, and educational systems would be developed. Each city had distinctive characteristics that reflected its specialized function within the broader civilizational system. However, all shared common architectural elements that suggested coordinated design from a central authority. The ziggurats, in particular, followed standardized specifications that optimized both functionality and symbolism. The development of cuneiform writing represents one of the most notable achievements of Sumerian civilization. The texts describe how Nabu, son of Marduk, provided humans with not only the basic symbols of the writing system, but also complete grammar, extensive vocabulary, and stylistic conventions that would allow precise communication of complex concepts. What is extraordinary about cuneiform is not only that it was the first writing system, but its immediate sophistication. The first cuneiform tablets show complete mastery of techniques that normally require centuries of development. There is no evidence of a period of gradual experimentation or evolutionary refinement of the system. Sumerian legal codes show the same pattern of immediate sophistication. The code of laws developed in Sumeria included advanced legal concepts, distinction between civil and criminal crimes, proportionality of punishments, evidence procedures, and protections for different social classes. These legal principles would not be rediscovered by other civilizations until millennia later. Sumerian astronomy reached levels of precision that defy explanation by observation methods available at the time. Sumerian astronomers could predict eclipses with accuracy, calculate planetary orbital periods, and develop calendars that remained precise for centuries without correction. Their star maps included information about celestial bodies that were not visible to the naked eye. They accurately described the moons of outer planets, identified specific comets with extensive orbital periods, and maintained records of astronomical events that allowed calculations of future phenomena. Sumerian metallurgy also exceeded expected technological capabilities for their time period. They could produce complex alloys that required precise control of temperatures and chemical compositions. Their smelting techniques produced metals of purity that would not be achieved again until the development of modern industrial methods. Sumerian metal artifacts show evidence of manufacturing techniques that suggest advanced understanding of material properties. They could create objects with precision tolerances that required sophisticated measuring instruments. They also developed surface treatment methods that provided corrosion resistance for centuries. In agriculture, the Sumerians immediately implemented irrigation systems of extraordinary complexity. These systems could redistribute water across vast areas, automatically regulate flow according to seasonal needs, and maintain water quality through filtration and purification techniques. The agricultural productivity they achieved significantly exceeded what was possible with basic cultivation techniques. Their fields produced yields that allowed sustainability of dense urban populations, freeing human labor for specialization in crafts, administration, and intellectual development. Sumerian educational systems show organization that suggests advanced institutional planning. They established specialized schools for different types of knowledge, houses of wisdom for scribe training, technical workshops for artisans, and religious institutions for preservation of esoteric knowledge. These educational systems not only transferred technical knowledge, but also preserved historical information about the Anunnaki and their role in human development. This information was encoded in the form of religious and mythological narratives that concealed specific technical data within apparently spiritual symbolism. Sumeria's legacy extended far beyond its geographical and temporal boundaries. The organizational principles, technological techniques, and knowledge systems they developed became foundations for all subsequent civilizations. Each culture that followed used elements derived from original Sumerian innovations. But perhaps most significant is that Sumeria served as a prototype for coexistence between Anunnaki and humans in the post-flood period. It demonstrated that human populations could develop sophisticated civilizations under careful guidance, while maintaining loyalty to their divine creators. This model would be replicated in other regions as the Anunnaki expanded their global influence. When modern scientists began mapping the human genome in the final decades of the 20th century, they encountered anomalies they could not satisfactorily explain using conventional evolutionary models. Human DNA contains sequences that appear to have appeared suddenly in our evolutionary line, without clear precedents in ancestral species, and with levels of complexity that suggest intentional design rather than gradual natural development. The Sumerian texts provide detailed descriptions of the genetic manipulation processes the Anunnaki used to create human hybrids. These descriptions, when analyzed with modern understanding of molecular genetics, reveal knowledge of scientific principles that supposedly were not discovered until millennia later. The texts describe how Enki and his team combined what they call the essence of life of the Anunnaki with genetic material from native terrestrial hominids. This process is not presented as a single event, but as a series of experiments systematically refined until achieving genetic stability in hybrid offspring. Particularly significant is that the texts specifically mention the number of life strands involved in the hybridization process. They describe how double-coiled strands had to be carefully interwoven to create viable organisms. This description coincides remarkably with the double helix structure of DNA. Modern genetic evidence reveals several anomalies in human DNA that are consistent with artificial intervention. The most notable is the fusion of human chromosome 2. While chimpanzees and other primates have 24 pairs of chromosomes, humans have only 23 pairs. Human chromosome 2 shows clear evidence of being the result of fusion of two separate chromosomes. This fusion cannot be explained by natural evolutionary processes. Chromosomal fusions generally result in reproductive inviability or severe genetic deficiencies. However, the human chromosome 2 fusion appears to have been executed with precision that preserved genetic functionality while creating a new stable chromosomal configuration. Geneticists have also identified human DNA sequences that have no precedence in the terrestrial animal kingdom. These segments, known as orphan genes, appear uniquely in humans and cannot be traced to evolutionary ancestors. Their function is frequently related to advanced cognitive capabilities, language development, and neurological characteristics that distinguish humans from other primates. Particularly intriguing is the FOXP2 gene, which is directly related to language development. Humans have a version of this gene that differs significantly from that found in other primates. This difference allows complex communication capabilities that are unique in the animal kingdom. The human version of FOXP2 appears to have emerged suddenly, without identifiable intermediate forms. The Sumerian texts deliberately describe the granting of language capabilities to human hybrids as part of the creation process. They specifically mention that the first hybrids lacked advanced communication capabilities, but that later genetic modifications provided them with ability to understand the word of the gods and speak with multiple tongues. Another significant genetic anomaly is the presence of genetic material that appears to derive from non-terrestrial sources. Comparative analyses of human DNA sequences have identified segments that do not match terrestrial genetic material patterns. These segments show characteristics that suggest extraterrestrial or at least non-evolutionary origin. Researchers have also discovered that human DNA contains sequences that appear to be programmed to activate at specific moments of development. These temporal activation mechanisms are not found in other species and suggest intentional design to allow development of specific capabilities at predetermined stages. The texts describe how the Anunnaki incorporated into human hybrids what they called growth potential, the capacity to continue developing beyond initial creation parameters. This concept is consistent with modern observations that humans show neurological plasticity and adaptation capacity that significantly exceeds that of other species. However, the texts also reveal that the Anunnaki incorporated deliberate genetic limitations in human hybrids. These safeguards included reduced life expectancy compared to the Anunnaki, dependence on tools for survival, and restrictions on access to certain capabilities the creators considered too dangerous. Evidence of these program limitations is found in several aspects of human physiology. Humans are unique among mammals in having limited lifespan through aging mechanisms that appear artificially accelerated. Human telomeres degrade more rapidly than in similar species, suggesting genetic programming for early senescence. Humans also show unusual dependence on tools for basic survival. Unlike other primates who can survive independently in natural environments, humans require technology even for basic needs like environmental protection and food preparation. This dependence appears to have been deliberately designed to prevent independent survival without access to technological knowledge. Analyses of specific human populations have revealed that certain lines of descent retain higher concentrations of anomalous genetic markers. These populations frequently show distinctive characteristics: superior intelligence, extended longevity, resistance to specific diseases, and occasionally exceptional physical or cognitive capabilities. These superior inheritance lines frequently correspond to families that have maintained elite status across multiple generations. The texts suggest these were the family lines specifically selected by the Anunnaki to preserve knowledge and maintain authority over general human populations. Genetic studies have also identified evidence of what could be dormant genetic switches in human DNA. These genetic segments are not currently expressed, but maintain potential for activation under specific conditions. Their function, when active, is related to capabilities that would significantly exceed current human norms. The texts describe how these genetic switches were programmed to activate in response to specific signals, possibly chemical, electromagnetic, or even astronomical. This future activation programming suggests the Anunnaki anticipated periods when human populations might need expanded capabilities. Particularly intriguing is evidence that some of these programmed genetic sequences are beginning to activate in contemporary human populations. Researchers have documented appearance of cognitive and physical capabilities in certain individuals that exceed historical human parameters. These developments could indicate we are approaching a period of programmed genetic activation. The emerging pattern suggests the human genetic code is considerably more complex than its current expression indicates. It contains latent information that could fundamentally transform human capabilities if fully activated. The Anunnaki appear to have created a species with directed evolutionary potential, designed to develop specific capabilities in response to future conditions or events. This understanding of human genetic design has profound implications for understanding not only our origins, but also our potential destiny. If the texts are accurate, humanity could be approaching a period of genetic transformation that would allow us to interact with our creators as partners rather than as subordinates. There is something that traditional archaeologists prefer not to discuss in public. When you examine certain ancient constructions around the world closely, you encounter precision tolerances that simply should not exist. We are talking about industrial precision in eras where supposedly only copper and stone tools existed. Puma Punku in Bolivia is probably the most puzzling example. The stone blocks there are cut with precision that would make any modern machine shop proud. The surfaces are perfectly flat, the angles are exact to fractions of degrees, and the fits between blocks are so precise that you cannot insert a sheet of paper between them. Modern engineers who have studied Puma Punku cannot hide their amazement. To achieve that precision in andesite stone, one of the hardest rocks that exist, you would need diamond-tipped tools and numerical control machinery. We are talking about technology we did not develop until the mid-20th century. But Puma Punku is not an isolated case. Sacsayhuaman in Peru shows the same level of impossible precision. Stone blocks of more than 100 tons are cut and fitted with tolerances of less than half a millimeter. Some of these blocks have up to 12 different angles, all cut with perfect precision to fit with adjacent blocks. Dr. Jean-Pierre Protzen from the University of California, Berkeley, spent years attempting to replicate these techniques using the tools that the Incas supposedly had available. His conclusion was categorical. It is impossible to achieve that precision with technology of the era. The thing becomes even stranger when you examine transportation techniques. In Baalbek, Lebanon, we find the heaviest stone blocks ever used in construction. The trilithon consists of 3 blocks of approximately 800 tons each. To put this in perspective, our most powerful mobile cranes today can handle loads of 400 tons under ideal conditions. These blocks were cut in a quarry located several kilometers from the construction site. Then, they were transported across irregular terrain and placed at a height of several meters with precision that allowed the structure to remain stable for more than 2,000 years. All this supposedly without wheels, without high-capacity pulleys, and without cranes. Archaeologists have proposed various theories about how this was achieved. Massive ramps, thousands of workers, complex lever systems. But when engineers have attempted to model these solutions, the numbers simply do not work. The number of workers needed would exceed the total population of the region. The ramps would require more material than the constructions themselves. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid presents its own construction enigmas. The blocks of the king's chamber are cut with tolerances of 2 millimeters across their entire length. The mortar used between the stones is stronger than the stones themselves, and the cardinal orientation of the pyramid is precise to 3 arc minutes, a precision that requires sophisticated navigation instruments. But perhaps most puzzling is the construction speed implied in these projects. If the Great Pyramid really was built during Khufu's reign, as conventional archaeology maintains, we would have to place a 2.5-ton block every 2 minutes, working 24 hours a day for 20 years. This assuming continuous work without interruptions for weather, religious holidays, or simple human fatigue. The Sumerian texts provide an alternative explanation for these impossible construction capabilities. They describe Anunnaki tools that could soften stone like clay, and levitation methods that allowed moving massive blocks without effort of beasts or men. These are not vague or poetic descriptions. The texts provide specific details about instruments that generated vibrations of particular frequencies to soften rocky materials. They mention devices that created force fields capable of neutralizing the gravitational weight of massive objects. The most detailed description appears in the tablets that describe Baalbek's construction. The texts specifically mention that this location was selected as place where ships touch the earth due to particular geological characteristics that facilitated the use of levitation technology. Modern geological analyses of Baalbek have revealed underground rock formations with unusual electromagnetic properties. The basalt in the area contains high concentrations of magnetite that could interact with artificial electromagnetic fields. This is consistent with levitation technology based on magnetic manipulation. Global construction patterns also suggest centralized technical coordination. The same precision cutting techniques appear simultaneously at sites separated by oceans. Block fitting methods without mortar are found in Peru, Egypt, and Lebanon during the same time period. The probability of independent development of identical techniques in such dispersed locations is statistically negligible. Particularly revealing is the use of standardized measurement units across different cultures. The megaliths of Karnak in France, the Egyptian pyramids, and the temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia all use identical mathematical proportions based on the same measurement system. This standardization suggests supervision by a common technical authority. Residue analyses in some of these constructions have revealed traces of elements that are not native to their geographical locations. Mortar samples from the Great Pyramid contain silicon compounds that require processing temperatures that exceed the capabilities of known ancient furnaces. In Pumapunku, spectrographic analyses have identified metallic traces on stone surfaces that suggest the use of tools with alloys that were not developed until modern times. These traces are integrated into the crystalline structure of the stone in ways that indicate they were present during the cutting process, not as later contamination. The acoustic effects of many of these structures also suggest intentional design for specific purposes. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid has resonance properties that amplify particular frequencies. The temples of Malta create acoustic effects that can induce altered states of consciousness at specific frequencies. These acoustic effects are not accidental. They require sophisticated understanding of applied mathematics and wave physics. The designers of these structures clearly understood how to manipulate architectural spaces to create specific sound effects. The foundation techniques used at these sites also exceed the engineering capabilities of their supposed eras. Many of these structures are built on foundations that extend deeply into the rocky substrate, using techniques that distribute weight in ways that prevent settling for millennia. In some cases, foundation techniques include features that only make sense as protection against seismic activity. The blocks are designed to move independently during earthquakes without compromising structural integrity. This level of anti-seismic engineering was not developed in conventional architecture until very recent times. The preservation of these structures also suggests superior construction techniques. While buildings built with conventional methods deteriorate significantly in centuries, these impossible constructions have maintained structural integrity for millennia, frequently under adverse climatic conditions. All this points toward a conclusion that mainstream archaeology resists considering. These constructions were performed using technology that significantly exceeded the capabilities of human civilizations of the era. The most logical explanation, supported by Sumerian texts, is that they were built under direct Anunnaki supervision using their advanced technologies. The Sumerian texts describe something that sounds like science fiction by ancient standards: a global communication network that connected Anunnaki installations around the planet with their orbital bases and with Nibiru itself. But when you examine certain archaeological sites from this perspective, patterns emerge that suggest such a system really existed. The key to understanding this system is recognizing that many ancient structures we have classified as temples or observatories might have had specific technological functions. Sumerian ziggurats, Egyptian pyramids, stone monuments worldwide all share characteristics that would be ideal for signal transmission and reception. Let's start with ziggurats. These step structures were not just religious centers, as conventional archaeology insists. Their specific design, tall towers with stepped platforms culminating in elevated chambers, is functionally identical to modern communication towers. Height provides line of sight for long-range transmissions, while massive construction provides stability for delicate equipment. Ziggurat locations were not randomly selected. They are positioned at geographical points that optimize communication coverage across large areas. Nippur, for example, is located in a position that would allow direct communication with installations in the Indus Valley, Egypt, and the Upper Nile Valley. The texts describe these sites as places where heaven and earth communicate. They specifically mention transmission equipment installed in ziggurat upper chambers, operated by specialized personnel who maintained regular contact with other installations. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid shows characteristics consistent with communication function. Its internal construction includes chambers with specific acoustic properties that could amplify signals. The ventilation shafts are oriented towards specific constellations, but their real function could have been directing transmissions toward particular astronomical locations. The king's chamber contains what the texts call the sarcophagus, but which shows characteristics more consistent with technological equipment than with a tomb. Its internal dimensions correspond to proportions that would optimize electromagnetic resonance. The granite used in its construction contains quartz, which has piezoelectric properties that could generate electromagnetic effects under pressure or vibration. Electromagnetic analyses of the Great Pyramid have revealed that the complete structure acts as a giant antenna. Its shape and proportions are optimized to capture and transmit electromagnetic radiation at specific frequencies. Modern engineers have calculated that it could function efficiently as a very low-frequency radio transmitter. But the system was not limited to individual structures. The texts describe an interconnected network of stations that could relay signals across great distances. This network took advantage of natural geological characteristics that could amplify transmissions. The so-called ley lines, alignments of ancient sites extending for hundreds of kilometers, could have been components of this communication system. Many of these lines follow underground geological formations that have particular electromagnetic properties. Underground water currents, mineral veins, and geological faults can conduct electromagnetic signals in ways that would extend transmission range. The Stonehenge site shows characteristics consistent with communication function. Its circular construction of massive stones creates a controlled electromagnetic environment. The stones used, mainly sarsen and bluestone, have electrical properties that could affect local electromagnetic fields. Geological analyses have revealed that Stonehenge is located at an intersection of natural geomagnetic force lines. This location would optimize both reception and transmission of electromagnetic signals. The builders clearly understood these properties and took advantage of them intentionally. In America, sites like Cahokia show the same pattern. Large mound complexes organized according to principles that would optimize communication. Main mounds are located at elevations that provide line of sight to other installations across great distances. The texts describe specific protocols for operating this communication network. They mention regular schedules for transmissions between different installations, specific codes for different types of information, and emergency procedures for urgent communications. Particularly intriguing is the description of communications with orbital stations. The texts mention that certain transmissions required synchronization with specific positions of the lights of the sky, apparently references to satellites or space stations that orbited Earth. The technology used for these communications appears to have been based on principles we are barely beginning to understand. The texts mention the use of specific crystals as transmission components. These crystals were processed in particular ways that gave them specific electromagnetic properties. Analyses of ancient sites have revealed quartz deposits that show evidence of artificial processing. These crystals have been cut according to specific geometries that would optimize their piezoelectric properties. Some show marks suggesting they were used in applications that generated considerable heat and pressure. Maintaining this communication system required considerable technical knowledge. The texts describe specialists trained specifically to operate communication equipment. These individuals had to understand not only the technical aspects of the system, but also applied astronomy to calculate optimal timing for transmissions. Records suggest the communication system was used not only for operational coordination, but also for transferring large amounts of technical data. Information about mining operations, scientific reports, and updates on human population development were regularly transmitted between installations. Evidence of interruptions in this system appears at several points in ancient history. The texts describe periods when communications became sporadic or ceased completely. These periods frequently coincide with catastrophic events that would have damaged transmission installations. The final collapse of the system appears to have occurred when the Anunnaki began their withdrawal from Earth. The texts describe deliberate deactivation of communication equipment and destruction of critical components to prevent their use by human populations. However, some system components might have remained operational for extended periods after Anunnaki departure. This would explain why certain ancient civilizations maintained long-distance communication capabilities that exceeded their apparent technological levels. Understanding this communication system also provides context for understanding how the Anunnaki coordinated global operations so effectively. Their ability to maintain instantaneous communication between installations separated by oceans allowed them to respond quickly to operational problems and coordinate responses to crises. When we consider the implications of such a system, we begin to understand the true scale of Anunnaki operations on Earth. We are not talking about localized activities, but an integrated global infrastructure that required precise coordination between multiple sites during extended periods. While terrestrial Anunnaki operations capture most of our attention, the Sumerian texts reveal they maintained permanent presence in space throughout their stay on Earth. The Igigi, as they were known, operated from orbital stations that served multiple critical functions for the success of the global mission. The texts describe these orbital stations with details that are remarkably specific for supposedly mythological documents. Space installations were organized in functional groups, communication stations that relayed signals between Earth and Nibiru, processing centers where materials extracted from terrestrial operations were refined, and observation platforms that continuously monitored planetary activities. The primary function of the Igigi was maintaining the vital link between terrestrial operations and Nibiru. During most of the 3,600-year orbital cycle, direct communications between Earth and Nibiru were impossible due to astronomical distances involved. Orbital stations served as repeaters that amplified and retransmitted signals, maintaining continuous communication even when Nibiru was in the most remote regions of its orbit. The texts reveal these stations were not located in simple Earth orbit. Some operated from Lagrange points, gravitationally stable locations between Earth and the Moon, where gravitational forces balance, allowing objects to remain in fixed position relative to both celestial bodies. This strategic location provided optimal perspective of both Earth and deep space. Other installations operated from the lunar surface. The texts describe bases established on what they call the silent side of the Moon, apparently references to the lunar far side that is never visible from Earth. These lunar bases served as industrial processing centers where materials extracted from Earth were refined before shipment toward Nibiru. Lunar operations had significant technical advantages over terrestrial activities. Reduced lunar gravity facilitated launching heavy loads toward deep space. Absence of atmosphere allowed operations that would have been impossible on Earth's surface. And lunar geological stability provided ideal foundations for delicate equipment. The texts describe mining installations on the Moon that extracted materials not available on Earth. Particular attention was given to specific isotopes required for advanced technologies. These lunar materials complemented terrestrial resources, providing all elements necessary to maintain Anunnaki technology. Igigi observation responsibilities were extensive and critical. They constantly monitored human population development, tracked progress of terrestrial mining operations, and watched for signs of geological activity that could threaten installations. This continuous surveillance allowed rapid responses to emerging problems. Observation systems used by the Igigi significantly exceeded terrestrial technology capabilities of the era. The texts describe instruments that could detect specific activities from orbital distances, identify particular individuals in large populations, and monitor environmental changes with precision that anticipated future developments. Particularly sophisticated was their human population tracking system. The texts suggest they maintained detailed records of specific genetic lineages, monitored capability development in particular human groups, and identified individuals who showed characteristics that could represent future threats or opportunities. However, orbital operations were not free from problems. The texts describe growing tensions between the Igigi and terrestrial commanders over working conditions, assignment duration, and resource access. Orbital workers felt isolated from terrestrial developments and resented restrictions imposed on their activities. These tensions eventually escalated toward what the texts describe as a rebellion of the Watchers. A group of Igigi abandoned their assigned stations and descended to Earth without authorization. Their primary motivation was establishing relationships with human populations, particularly with human women they found attractive. This orbital rebellion had profound consequences for the entire Anunnaki operational structure. It created personnel deficits in critical space installations, interrupted communication systems, and introduced unauthorized elements into terrestrial populations. Descendants of these unauthorized unions would become some of the most problematic Nephilim. Efforts to restore order in orbital operations required complete reconfiguration of security protocols. The texts describe implementation of stricter restrictions on movement between orbital and terrestrial stations, intensified monitoring of orbital personnel, and more frequent rotations to prevent prolonged isolation. Orbital installations also served planetary defense functions. The texts mention space-based weapons capable of intervening in terrestrial conflicts. These weapons could direct concentrated energy towards specific targets on the surface, providing immediate response capabilities to threats without requiring deployment of terrestrial forces. During wars between Anunnaki factions, control of orbital installations became a critical strategic factor. The faction that controlled space stations had decisive advantages in communication, surveillance, and force projection capability. The text describes specific conflicts over control of key orbital installations. Material processing in orbital installations allowed levels of purity and quality impossible to achieve on Earth. Absence of gravity facilitated refinement techniques that produced alloys with exceptional properties. Space-processed materials showed characteristics that could not be replicated using terrestrial methods. The texts also reveal that orbital installations served as research centers where new technologies specifically adapted to terrestrial conditions were developed. Igigi researchers experimented with adaptations of Anunnaki technology that would function efficiently in Earth's environment, developing modified versions of equipment that could operate in terrestrial gravity and atmosphere. When the Anunnaki finally began their withdrawal from Earth, orbital operations were the first to be deactivated. The texts describe systematic evacuation of space stations, with critical equipment being removed or destroyed to prevent capture by hostile forces. Some installations were completely dismantled, while others were abandoned in orbits that would eventually lead them to impact with celestial bodies. However, the texts suggest not all orbital installations were completely abandoned. Some were placed in automatic maintenance mode, with systems designed to reactivate when specific signals were received. These dormant installations could serve as recontact points when the Anunnaki eventually returned. Modern evidence of ancient orbital activity is limited but intriguing. Objects detected in anomalous orbits, electromagnetic signals from unknown sources, and anomalies in space debris patterns could indicate remains of Anunnaki installations. Investigation of these phenomena is restricted by current technological limitations and classification of data by space agencies. Understanding Anunnaki orbital operations provides crucial perspective on the true scale of their presence in the solar system. They were not simply temporary visitors, but established permanent space infrastructure that supported complex operations for millennia. This infrastructure allowed them to maintain effective control over terrestrial activities while preparing for their eventual return to Nibiru. The Sumerian texts describe an impressive variety of vehicles that the Anunnaki used for their terrestrial and interplanetary operations. We are not talking about vague or mystical descriptions, but technical specifications that include cargo capacities, operational ranges, and performance characteristics that could be taken directly from aerospace engineering manuals. Vehicles were classified according to their specific function. The Shem were exploration and reconnaissance ships, designed for short-range operations requiring maneuverability and speed. The texts describe them as relatively small vehicles, operated by one or two individuals, capable of rapid flights between terrestrial installations. Technical descriptions of the Shem include details about their propulsion. They generated what the texts call burning wind during takeoff and landing, apparently references to propulsion systems that expelled hot gases at high velocity. This description is consistent with jet engines or plasma propulsion systems. The LMU represented the heavy transport class of the Anunnaki fleet. These were massive ships designed to transport substantial loads across great distances. The texts specify they could carry 50 gur of grain or 100 talents of metal. Measurements that translated to modern terms suggest cargo capacities of several tons. Mu operations required careful planning due to their size and fuel consumption. The texts describe specific routes used for travel between production centers and shipping ports. These routes took advantage of atmospheric currents and geographical characteristics that optimized fuel efficiency. For interplanetary navigation, the Anunnaki used vehicles called gear. These ships were designed specifically for travel between planets and could operate in both planetary atmospheres and the vacuum of space. The texts describe their life support capabilities, astronomical navigation systems, and propulsion methods optimized for interplanetary distances. Descriptions of interplanetary navigation are particularly fascinating. The texts mention the use of guiding stars for navigation, but do not refer to conventional celestial navigation. They describe systems that apparently could detect and follow gravitational fields of specific celestial bodies, allowing precise navigation even when targets were not optically visible. Fuels used by these vehicles also receive detailed description. The texts mention multiple types of fuel for different applications. For short atmospheric flights, they used a fuel that produced sweet white smoke. For long-range operations, they employed fuels that generated intense blue flames. Analysis of these descriptions suggests multiple propulsion systems according to operational requirements. Fuels that produced white smoke could have been conventional chemical combustion systems. Intense blue flames suggest higher energy density fuels, possibly controlled fusion or fission systems. Life support systems for these vehicles were equally sophisticated. The text described pressurized cabins that maintained home air during extended journeys. They also mention recycling systems that could purify air and water indefinitely, allowing interplanetary trips lasting multiple years. Maintaining this fleet required considerable infrastructure. The texts describe specialized installations where vehicles received regular service. These installations, called Houses of the Divine Birds, were equipped with specialized tools and operated by technicians trained specifically in transport technology. Flight operations followed strict protocols that included route planning, pre-flight checks, and communications with traffic control. The texts mention speaking towers that coordinated vehicle movements to prevent collisions and optimize use of limited airspace around main installations. Particularly intriguing is the description of anti-gravity technology used for construction operations. The texts mention devices that could make stones float like feathers and allow workers to walk in the air during complex construction projects. These anti-gravity capabilities were not limited to construction applications. The texts describe surface vehicles that used similar principles to transport massive loads across difficult terrain. These vehicles could glide over mountains like over flat water, suggesting systems that neutralized local gravitational effects. Anti-gravity technology apparently required specific conditions to operate effectively. The texts mention it worked better near certain types of rock formations and during particular astronomical periods. This suggests it depended on interactions between artificial fields and natural geomagnetic phenomena. Emergency procedures for these vehicles also receive detailed attention. The texts describe protocols for forced landings, escape systems for crews, and methods for destroying damaged vehicles to prevent sensitive technology from falling into unauthorized hands. During wars between Anunnaki factions, some of these vehicles were modified for military functions. The texts describe installation of weapons that could hurl fire from the sky, and defensive systems that created shields of light around vehicles under attack. The cargo capacities of the larger vehicles were truly impressive. The texts specify that interplanetary transport ships could carry 1,000 talents of refined gold, along with provisions for crews of 50 individuals during multi-year journeys. This suggests ships the size of modern aircraft carriers. Navigation systems used for these interplanetary trips included instruments that could detect and measure gravitational fields, devices that calculated orbital trajectories automatically, and communication systems that maintained contact with base stations throughout the journey. When the Anunnaki began their withdrawal from Earth, the fate of this transport fleet became a critical consideration. The texts describe how some vehicles were taken back to Nibiru, others were destroyed to prevent capture, and some were hidden in secret locations for future use. Descriptions of these hidden vehicles suggest they were placed in specially constructed underground installations, equipped with preservation systems that would maintain the ships operational during extended periods. These installations were sealed and camouflaged to prevent accidental discovery. Archaeological evidence of this transport technology is limited but intriguing. Artistic representations at ancient sites show objects that remarkably resemble textual descriptions of Anunnaki vehicles. These representations appear in cultures separated by great geographical and temporal distances, suggesting direct observation of real technology. Analysis of these representations reveals consistent technical details: multiple propulsion systems, pressurized cabins, and characteristics suggesting both atmospheric and space capabilities. The consistency of these details across different cultures reinforces the probability that they represented real technology observed directly. The temporal measurement system used by the Anunnaki reveals a level of astronomical sophistication that challenges everything we think we know about the scientific capabilities of ancient civilizations. Their calendar was not based simply on observable terrestrial cycles, but on complex cosmic patterns that required deep understanding of celestial mechanics and advanced mathematics. The fundamental Anunnaki time unit was the Shar, equivalent to 3,600 terrestrial years. This was not an arbitrary measure, but corresponded exactly to Nibiru's orbital period around the Sun. The texts reveal that all Anunnaki planning was organized around these orbital cycles, synchronizing terrestrial operations with periodic approaches of their home planet. The precision of this chronological system is extraordinary. Sumerian texts can track specific events across multiple shars with accuracy that allows direct correlation with verifiable astronomical phenomena. This capacity for precise timing across such extensive periods requires observation and calculation instruments that significantly exceed technological capabilities attributed to ancient civilizations. The Anunnaki had divided each Shah into smaller subsections based on other astronomical cycles. They used 60-year periods, 1/60th of a Shah, that corresponded to specific planetary configurations. These 60-year periods were further subdivided into 10-year cycles that marked specific operational phases in their terrestrial projects. The astronomical knowledge required to develop this system was truly impressive. The texts demonstrate precise understanding of equinoctial precession, the phenomenon where Earth's rotational axis slowly traces a complete circle over approximately 26,000 years. This cycle, known as the Platonic year, was fundamental to Anunnaki chronological calculations. Equinoctial precession causes zodiacal constellations to gradually appear in different positions relative to the spring equinox sunrise. The Anunnaki used this phenomenon to create astrological eras of approximately 2,160 years each. These eras served as temporal markers for long-term planning. The texts reveal that the Anunnaki had calculated these precessional cycles with precision that would not be achieved again until the development of modern astronomical instruments. They could predict exactly when each new astrological era would begin and plan important events to coincide with these cosmic transitions. Particularly significant was their knowledge of what they called the return of the stars, apparently references to longer astronomical cycles involving alignments of multiple planetary systems. These cycles, extending over tens of thousands of years, influence strategic decisions about when to establish operations on different worlds. The Anunnaki calendar also incorporated detailed knowledge of solar cycles that affected terrestrial conditions. They understood variations in solar activity that caused climatic changes, could predict periods of intensified solar activity, and scheduled operations to take advantage of or avoid these phenomena as appropriate. The text describes specific instruments used for these astronomical observations. The star watchers operated from elevated platforms equipped with devices that could measure celestial positions with extraordinary precision. These instruments apparently included components that amplified light, allowing observation of celestial objects that were not visible to the naked eye. Integrating multiple astronomical cycles into a coherent chronological system required sophisticated mathematics. The Anunnaki used calculations involving complex fractions, geometric progressions, and what we would recognize today as trigonometric series. Their ability to perform these calculations suggests mathematical understanding that far exceeded the capabilities of contemporary human civilizations. Calendars developed by post-Anunnaki human civilizations clearly show derivation from this original chronological system. The Sumerian, Egyptian, Mayan, and even elements of the Hebrew calendar incorporate principles and calculations that can only be explained as inheritance from more advanced Anunnaki knowledge. Particularly revealing is the Mayan calendar, which demonstrates astronomical knowledge that cannot be explained by independent observation. The Maya could calculate the duration of the solar year with greater precision than the Julian calendar, predict eclipses with extraordinary accuracy, and maintain synchronization with complex astronomical cycles across millennia. The Mayan long count system tracks time from an initial date corresponding to 3114 BC, according to modern chronology. This date coincides with the period of establishment of the first post-flood civilizations under Anunnaki supervision. The precision of this system and its synchronization with specific astronomical events suggests direct inheritance from Anunnaki chronology. The texts also reveal that the Anunnaki calendar included predictions about future events based on astronomical cycles. These predictions were not speculative astrology, but scientific projections based on patterns observed across multiple cycles. They included predictions about climatic changes, geological activity, and even social developments in human populations. The most significant predictions related to the timeline for Nibiru's return to the inner solar system. The texts provide specific calculations that allowed determining exactly when the next approaches would occur and how long communication and transport windows between Earth and Nibiru would last. These calculations also considered gravitational effects that Nibiru's approach would have on Earth. The Anunnaki understood that the presence of their massive planet in the inner solar system would cause perturbations in terrestrial orbits, increased seismic activity, and climatic changes. They scheduled their operations to take advantage of or mitigate these effects as necessary. The calendar additionally included predictions about human technological developments. The texts suggest the Anunnaki had calculated approximate timelines for when human populations would reach specific levels of technological sophistication. These predictions influenced decisions about how much information to transfer and when to implement specific restrictions. During their withdrawal from Earth, the Anunnaki transferred simplified versions of their chronological system to selected human custodians. These custodians received instructions to maintain specific calculations and transfer information to future generations. However, the transferred information was intentionally incomplete to prevent humans from developing complete chronological capabilities independently. Preservation of this chronological knowledge became the responsibility of specific religious and academic institutions. Temples in different civilizations maintained astronomical records and performed observations that continued lines of research initiated by the Anunnaki. These efforts maintained elements of the original chronological system for centuries after Anunnaki departure. Modern analysis of ancient calendars reveals that many contained hidden information that was not apparent to their human users. Seemingly simple calculations for determining dates of festivals or agricultural events frequently included components that maintained synchronization with complex astronomical cycles that users did not completely understand. This hidden information suggests that ancient calendars served multiple purposes. In addition to their apparent social functions, they maintained calculations that could reactivate more complete chronological understanding when appropriate. These calendars functioned as archival systems that preserved Anunnaki knowledge for future access. After millennia of presence on Earth, the Anunnaki faced an inevitable decision. Their main operations had been completed, resources extracted, and circumstances had changed in ways that made continued direct presence unsustainable. The Sumerian texts describe this transition period with detail that reveals both the achievements and frustrations of their terrestrial mission. The first reason for their departure was simple: mission success. Mining operations had extracted sufficient quantities of gold to stabilize Nibiru's atmosphere during multiple future orbital cycles. Calculations indicated that accumulated reserves would last until alternative technologies could be developed for long-term atmospheric maintenance. However, the success of the primary mission had been accompanied by unforeseen complications that made continued presence problematic. Human populations had grown beyond manageable numbers with available resources. Advanced hybrids demonstrated levels of independence that required constant supervision, and internal conflicts between Anunnaki factions had reached levels that threatened operational stability. The texts reveal that intense debates occurred in the Leadership Council about strategies for concluding terrestrial operations. Enlil favored complete and immediate withdrawal, arguing that main objectives had been achieved and that continued presence only increased risks without corresponding benefits. His faction maintained that Earth should be left to its natural development without future interference. Enki proposed a gradual transition approach that would maintain limited supervision during extended periods. His plan included establishing trained human representatives who could maintain basic order and preserve essential knowledge. This indirect supervision would allow future intervention if specific developments justified it. The decisive factor in favor of complete withdrawal was the approaching end of Nibiru's orbital cycle. Windows of opportunity for efficient interplanetary travel were closing, and the next opportunity would not occur for another complete Shah. Postponing departure would mean extended commitment of resources and personnel for an additional 3,600 years. Logistical analyses indicated that maintaining terrestrial operations during another complete orbital cycle would require significant expansion of installations and personnel. The costs of such expansion would exceed potential benefits, especially considering that main objectives had already been achieved. The economic decision favored conclusion of operations. Security considerations also influenced the departure decision. Nuclear wars had demonstrated that conflicts between Anunnaki could have devastating consequences for entire terrestrial populations. Continuing operations with unresolved tensions between factions presented unacceptable risks of future escalation. Evidence of accelerated technological development in human populations also concerned Anunnaki planners. Certain human groups were beginning to develop capabilities that could eventually represent challenges to Anunnaki authority. Withdrawing, while still maintaining decisive technological superiority, was preferable to facing potentially hostile human populations with more advanced capabilities. Withdrawal protocols had been developed during original expedition planning phases, but required significant modification due to unforeseen circumstances. The original plan had anticipated simple withdrawal after completing mining operations. The presence of extensive human populations required additional considerations about knowledge, preservation, and maintenance of social stability. The first phase of withdrawal involved consolidation of operations at key locations. Minor installations were deactivated and their personnel transferred to main centers. Specialized equipment was removed or destroyed to prevent unauthorized use. Sensitive materials were moved to secure installations for final processing. Dismantling the global communication network required careful planning to avoid interruptions that could cause panic in dependent human populations. Stations were gradually deactivated, with backup systems maintaining essential communications until final withdrawal phases. Mining operations were systematically terminated. Main tunnels were sealed using techniques that would make any future reactivation extremely difficult. Extraction equipment was removed or destroyed. Surface installations were dismantled or camouflaged to prevent future identification. However, not all installations were completely abandoned. The texts describe knowledge repositories established at specific locations where technical information was preserved for future access. These repositories were designed to remain inaccessible until human populations reached specific development levels. Final processing of extracted materials required intensive operations during the final months before departure. Refinement installations operated at maximum capacity to process accumulated reserves. Processed materials were organized into specific loads, optimized for efficient interplanetary transport. Selection of personnel for the return journey to Nibiru involved difficult decisions. Not all Anunnaki who had arrived on Earth would return. Some chose to remain at orbital stations for long-term maintenance of monitoring equipment. Others established bases at remote locations where they could observe terrestrial developments without direct interference. Criteria for return personnel selection included technical specialization needed on Nibiru, health status after prolonged exposure to terrestrial conditions, and family obligations. Individuals with critical knowledge received priority for return, while those with strong ties to human populations frequently chose to remain. Farewell ceremonies included formal transfer of authority to selected human representatives. These individuals received symbols of authority, access to specific knowledge, and responsibilities for maintaining order in their assigned regions. However, their authority was limited, and depended on continued supervision from remaining Anunnaki installations. Emergency protocols established during withdrawal included procedures for future recontact if circumstances justified it. These protocols specified signals that would activate response from dormant installations, communication methods with human representatives, and criteria for direct intervention in specific crises. Destruction of sensitive evidence was extensive but selective. Installations that could reveal specific technological capabilities were completely eliminated. However, structures that could serve future functions were preserved but camouflaged. The Great Pyramid, for example, was modified to hide its original technological function while maintaining characteristics that would allow future reactivation. The texts reveal that final departure was not a single event, but a process extending over several years. Different groups departed according to specific schedules optimized for transport efficiency and minimization of terrestrial disruptions. Final departures included specialized teams responsible for final verification of security protocols. Final communications with Nibiru confirmed successful completion of main operations and scheduling of arrivals according to optimal orbital windows. Final reports included comprehensive evaluations of mission achievements, lessons learned, and recommendations for future operations on Earth or similar worlds. Archaeological evidence of this systematic withdrawal appears at sites around the world where advanced installations show signs of planned abandonment rather than gradual collapse. Removed equipment, deliberately sealed structures, and artifact distribution suggesting organized evacuation support, textual descriptions of coordinated withdrawal. The most lasting legacy of Anunnaki presence was not their physical installations, but the modified human populations they left behind. These populations retained fragments of knowledge, special genetic lineages, and organizational systems that would continue developing for millennia after their creator's departure. When you begin to examine the mythologies of cultures that supposedly never had contact with each other, you encounter something unsettling. The same stories, told with minimal variations, appear on all continents. We're not talking about general concepts like creation or the flood, but specific details, similar names, and sequences of events that coincide with a precision that defies all conventional explanation. In Mesopotamia, texts speak of the Anunnaki, who descended from the sky. In Egypt, the Neteru arrived from the stars to rule the earth. Hindu texts describe the Devas, who descended in flying Vimanas. In America, native peoples speak of the Star Brothers who came from the sky. In Japan, the Kami descended from celestial realms. Different names, different languages, but essentially the same story. The ancient Egyptians preserved detailed accounts about their Neteru that are disturbingly similar to Sumerian descriptions of the Anunnaki. Ptah was described as the great engineer who shaped the earth and created humans. Ra ruled from the sky with advanced technology. Thoth possessed knowledge of all sciences and could travel between worlds. These are not descriptions of abstract natural forces, but of specific individuals with defined technological capabilities. In India, the Vedic texts provide even more detailed descriptions of advanced technology. The Vimanas are described with technical specifications that include propulsion systems, construction materials, and operational capabilities. The Vaimanika Shastra, a Sanskrit text, describes different types of aircraft, their power sources, and piloting methods with a precision that sounds like an aeronautical engineering manual. Hindu texts also describe weapons of mass destruction that generated effects identical to modern nuclear weapons. The Mahabharata mentions the Brahmastra that produced light brighter than 1,000 suns and killed everything within vast areas. The descriptions of its effects, radiation that made hair and nails fall out, death that extended for generations, areas that remained cursed for years, coincide exactly with nuclear radiation effects. In the Americas, oral traditions of native peoples preserved remarkably similar accounts. The Hopi speak of the Kachinas, who arrived from the stars in flying shields and taught agriculture, construction, and astronomy. The Maya documented the arrival of Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl, described as a feathered serpent that flew and possessed divine knowledge. The Aztecs preserved traditions about Quetzalcoatl that describe him not as an abstract god, but as a specific individual with distinctive physical characteristics: light skin, beard, and advanced technological knowledge. His teachings included construction methods, agricultural techniques, and calendrical systems that required sophisticated astronomical understanding. In Africa, the traditions of the Dogon people of Mali contain astronomical knowledge that should not have been accessible without advanced telescopes. They knew of the existence of Sirius B, a white dwarf star that orbits Sirius A with a period of 50 years. Sirius B is not visible to the naked eye and was not discovered by Western astronomy until 1862. The Dogon also knew about Saturn's rings and Jupiter's moons centuries before they were telescopically observed. The Dogon attribute this knowledge to beings called Nomos, who arrived from Sirius in spaceships. They described these beings as intelligent amphibians who established colonies on Earth and shared advanced knowledge with selected humans. Their traditions include diagrams of stellar systems and descriptions of technology that coincide with capabilities described in texts from other cultures. In Australia, the Aborigines preserved Dreamtime stories that describe sky ancestors who arrived during creation time. These beings used fire sticks that could fly and transform the landscape. Aboriginal rock paintings include representations of figures with helmets, special suits, and vehicles that resemble spaceships. Celtic traditions of Europe also contain similar elements. The Tuatha Dé Danann arrived in Ireland from 4 cities in the sky, bringing knowledge and magical artifacts. These objects included Lug's spear that never missed its target, Nuada's sword that was irresistible in battle, and Dagda's cauldron that never emptied. These descriptions suggest advanced technology interpreted through limited understanding. In Greece, traditions about the Titans and Olympians preserved memories of conflicts between groups of powerful beings who used devastating weapons. The Titanomachy describes a war where heaven and earth trembled and mountains were shattered. Zeus used lightning bolts that could destroy mountains, while Poseidon could cause earthquakes and tsunamis. These are not descriptions of natural phenomena, but of advanced war technology. The parallels in human creation processes are equally striking. In Mesopotamia, Enki mixes clay with his blood to create humans. In Egypt, Khnum molds humans on his potter's wheel. In Greece, Prometheus forms humans from clay and gives them divine fire. In Norse traditions, Ask and Embla are created from wood by the gods. In America, different tribes describe humans being molded from various materials by celestial beings. These creation traditions do not describe gradual evolution or natural development, but specific events where advanced beings modify or create humans using techniques that sound like genetic engineering. Details about combining divine essences with terrestrial materials appear consistently across separate cultures. The calendars developed by these civilizations also show common characteristics that suggest shared origin. The base 60 system, the division of the circle into 360 degrees, knowledge of the precession of equinoxes, and the ability to predict eclipses appear simultaneously in cultures that supposedly had no contact. Particularly revealing is that many of these traditions include prophecies about the return of their celestial creators. Hindu texts speak of Kalki's return at the end of Kali Yuga. Christian traditions anticipate the second coming. The Maya specifically calculated dates for Kukulkan's return. The Hopi await the return of the Star Brothers. All these traditions share expectations of return during periods of planetary crisis. The symbols used to represent these celestial beings also show remarkable consistency across different cultures. The feathered serpent appears in America, the flying dragon in Asia, the winged serpent in Mesopotamia, the uraeus in Egypt. These symbols consistently combine terrestrial elements, serpents, with celestial capabilities, flight, suggesting representation of beings who combine terrestrial and extraterrestrial characteristics. The physical descriptions of these beings also show consistent patterns. They are frequently described as taller than normal humans, with light or bright skin, advanced technological knowledge, and extreme longevity. These characteristics appear so consistently that they suggest description of real groups rather than independent mythological invention. The techniques for preserving knowledge were also similar across different cultures. Technical information was encoded in religious narratives, preserved in specific oral traditions, and transmitted through lines of specialized priests. This preservation methodology suggests coordinated instruction on how to maintain critical information through extended periods. When you examine all these similarities together, the same events, the same technologies, the same patterns of interaction, the same preservation methods, the most logical conclusion is that these mythologies preserve distorted memories of real events that affected all humanity. They are not independent inventions, but records of shared experiences with beings who possessed advanced technology and globally influenced human development. The revolution in genetic technology of recent decades has provided us with tools to examine our origins in ways that the Anunnaki probably never anticipated. What we are discovering in genetics laboratories around the world raises profound questions about the conventional evolutionary narrative and provides evidence that supports literal interpretations of ancient texts. The Human Genome Project, completed in 2003, revealed that our DNA contains approximately 20,000 to 25,000 protein-coding genes. But here's the anomaly. Much simpler organisms frequently have more genes than us. The Arabidopsis plant has 25,000 genes. The C. elegans nematode has 20,000. Even some bacterial species have proportionally more complex genetic repertoires. This C-value paradox suggests that an organism's complexity does not correlate directly with the number of genes. However, what makes the human genome unique is not the quantity of genes, but their organization, regulation, and the presence of sequences that appear to have been designed for specific functions. Comparative analyses of the human genome with other primates have revealed differences that are difficult to explain through gradual evolution. While we share approximately 98.8% of our DNA with chimpanzees, that 1.2% difference represents millions of nucleotide changes that would have required extraordinarily high mutation rates to occur within the proposed evolutionary timeframes. More disturbing is the distribution of these differences. They are not randomly distributed throughout the genome, as we would expect from natural evolution. Instead, they are concentrated in specific regions that control brain development, language capabilities, and physical characteristics that fundamentally distinguish humans from other primates. The FOXP2 gene, critical for language development, shows specific differences that appeared suddenly in the human lineage. The human version of this gene differs from the chimpanzee version in only 2 amino acids, but these changes have dramatic effects on communication capabilities. Researchers have calculated that these specific changes would have required extraordinarily intense selective pressure to become established so rapidly in human populations. Another problematic gene is HAR1, Human Accelerated Region 1, which controls cortical development during embryogenesis. This DNA region evolved 70 times faster in humans than in other mammals during the last 5 million years. This acceleration is statistically improbable under conventional evolutionary models. Mitochondrial DNA studies have revealed something equally strange. All modern humanity descends from an extremely small population that existed approximately 200,000 years ago. This population, known as mitochondrial Eve, consisted of perhaps only a few thousand reproductive individuals. The genetic bottleneck this represents is so severe that geneticists have struggled to explain how a species could survive such a population reduction. More intriguing still, Y chromosome analysis has identified what researchers call Y chromosomal Adam, the most recent common ancestor of all modern men, who lived approximately 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. The temporal convergence of mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam suggests a specific foundational event rather than gradual evolution. Human genetic diversity studies have revealed another anomaly. Humans show less genetic diversity than we would expect for a species that supposedly expanded gradually from Africa. Chimpanzee populations in limited geographical areas show more genetic diversity than all of global humanity. This suggests that modern humans originated from a very small foundational population that expanded rapidly, not from gradual evolution through large populations. Analysis of specific alleles has identified genetic variants that provide significant advantages but are distributed in ways that defy expected evolutionary patterns. Some beneficial alleles appear at high frequencies in specific populations without showing geographical gradients that would indicate natural dispersal. This suggests direct introduction rather than gradual selection. Epigenetic studies have revealed that certain human genes show regulatory patterns not found in other primates. These patterns control when and where specific genes are expressed during development. The complexity of these regulatory systems exceeds what we would expect from gradual evolutionary modifications. Particularly significant are studies of genes related to cognitive capabilities. Humans have multiple copies of genes that control neural development, while other primates typically have only individual copies. This genetic duplication would have required specific mutational events that are extremely rare in natural evolution. The ARHGAP11B gene, which exists only in humans and contributes to cortical expansion, appears to have arisen approximately 5 million years ago through partial duplication of another gene. However, the specific modifications that make it functional for human brain development required additional changes that are difficult to explain through random mutation. Analyses of archaic genomes have provided additional information that complicates simple evolutionary narratives. DNA from Neanderthals and Denisovans shows that these groups hybridized with modern humans. But the hybridization patterns suggest limited and controlled encounters rather than gradual genetic exchange. More intriguing, certain DNA segments in modern human populations cannot be traced to known ancestors. Neither early modern humans, nor Neanderthals, nor Denisovans. These ghost genes suggest genetic contribution from populations that have not been identified in the fossil record. Mutation studies have revealed that certain genetic changes in humans show characteristics of directed modification rather than random evolution. Some mutations specifically eliminated characteristics that would have been advantageous in natural environments while preserving or intensifying characteristics that required technological support. For example, humans lost the ability to synthesize vitamin C, requiring obtaining it from dietary sources. This loss would have been devastating for a hunter-gatherer species, but is manageable for populations with access to planned agriculture. The persistence of this mutation suggests it was compensated by coordinated cultural changes. Immunological diversity analyses have shown that humans have immune systems that are optimized to resist specific diseases that would have been problematic in dense populations, but are less effective against pathogens that would affect dispersed hunter-gatherers. This suggests genetic optimization for specific civilized lifestyles. Hormonal regulation studies have identified differences in human endocrine systems that are unique among primates. Humans have growth hormone secretion patterns that result in prolonged development and larger brain size, but at the cost of physical robustness that characterizes other primates. Analyses of longevity-related genes have revealed that humans have specific modifications that could extend lifespan significantly, but are inactivated by complex regulatory mechanisms. These genetic switches could be activated under specific conditions, suggesting programming for future activation. Stem cell research has identified regenerative capabilities in humans that are suppressed by specific genetic factors. These capabilities are present during fetal development, but are systematically deactivated during maturation. The specificity of this suppression suggests intentional design rather than evolutionary limitation. The most recent studies in neurogenetics have revealed that human brains contain neural structures that have no apparent function under normal conditions, but could be activated under specific stimulation. These latent neural networks suggest cognitive potential that exceeds currently expressed human capabilities. When we consider all this evidence together, the sudden appearance of specific genetic changes, the reduction in genetic diversity, the modification patterns that suggest intentional design, and the presence of latent capabilities that exceed basic evolutionary needs, a pattern emerges that is more consistent with directed genetic modification than with gradual natural evolution. In the classified archives of governments around the world, in the basements of museums that never open to the public, and in private collections of influential individuals, there exists a category of artifacts that officially should not exist. They are objects that defy our understanding of human technological chronology, that show capabilities we supposedly did not develop until recent times, and that raise uncomfortable questions about who really developed these technologies. The famous Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a 1st century BC Greek shipwreck, represents only the tip of this technological iceberg. This bronze device contains a gear system so complex that researchers initially could not believe it was ancient. Its capabilities include eclipse prediction, calculation of planetary positions, and coordination of multiple astronomical calendars. The precision of its calculations requires mathematical and astronomical knowledge that officially did not exist until more than 1,000 years later. But the Antikythera mechanism is not an isolated case. In 1900, a team of archaeologists excavating in Baghdad discovered what is now known as the Baghdad batteries. These objects, dated to approximately 250 BC, consist of clay jars containing copper cylinders with iron rods. When filled with acidic solutions, they generate measurable electric current. Modern experiments have demonstrated that these batteries can produce voltages of 1 to 2 volts sustainably. Replicas, built according to original specifications, have been successfully used to electroplate metals. However, conventional archaeology insists they cannot be batteries because the ancients had no use for electricity. In the Egyptian Museum of Cairo, withdrawn from public exhibition but documented in inventories, is what catalogers call the Saqqara object. It is a bird model made of sycamore wood, dated to approximately 200 BC, but with aerodynamic characteristics that suggest advanced understanding of flight principles. Its proportions, wing angles, and weight distribution are optimal for powered flight. Dr. Khalil Messiha, an aeronautical engineer, studied this object extensively and concluded that it represents a scale model of a functional aircraft. Its aerodynamic characteristics are so advanced that they surpass some modern aircraft designs in efficiency. However, it is officially classified as a religious toy because conventional science maintains that human flight did not begin until 1903. In the metallurgical analysis laboratories of the Smithsonian Institute, scientists have examined metallic artifacts that show properties that defy explanation. Iron objects that show no oxidation after millennia of exposure. Metal alloys that require melting temperatures exceeding the capabilities of known ancient furnaces. Metals with purity that can only be achieved with modern industrial refining techniques. One of the most documented cases involves the Iron Pillar of Delhi, India. This 7-meter-high structure, weighing more than 6 tons, has resisted corrosion for more than 1,600 years, despite being exposed to monsoons and extreme weather conditions. Metallurgical analyses have revealed it is made of iron with 99.72% purity, a level that requires refining techniques not developed until the 20th century. The specific composition of the pillar includes traces of phosphorus in concentrations that form a protective layer preventing oxidation. This alloying technique was not rediscovered by modern metallurgy until decades after the pillar was initially analyzed. However, someone in the 4th century AD clearly understood these advanced metallurgical principles. In materials analysis laboratories at European universities, researchers have examined ancient glasses that show optical properties requiring extremely sophisticated manufacturing techniques. The Lycurgus cup of the 4th century AD, for example, changes color according to illumination direction due to gold and silver nanoparticles incorporated into the glass at a molecular level. The incorporation of metallic nanoparticles in glass requires precise control of temperature, chemical atmosphere, and timing that was only achieved in modern laboratories during recent decades. However, Roman artisans apparently mastered these techniques 1,600 years before nanotechnology was invented. Analyses of crystals found at ancient sites have revealed structures that suggest controlled growth rather than natural formation. These crystals show specific orientations, chemical purity, and electrical properties that are optimal for technological applications. Their formation requires controlled laboratory conditions that officially did not exist in ancient times. In nuclear analysis facilities, researchers have detected traces of elements that are not naturally abundant in the locations where they were found. Objects from archaeological sites contain isotopes that can only be produced in nuclear reactors or through high-energy particle bombardment. These findings suggest access to nuclear technology in remote historical periods. Particularly disturbing is the discovery of trinitite glass at archaeological sites in the Middle East. Trinitite is glass formed by sand fusion at temperatures only reached by nuclear explosions. Deposits found at sites like Pierre Latte in France and the Euphrates Valley in Iraq show characteristics identical to trinitite from modern nuclear test sites, but are in stratigraphic layers that predate the nuclear era by millennia. Isotopic analyses of these ancient glasses have confirmed their origin in high-temperature explosions. The concentrations of specific isotopes match patterns of nuclear fission products. However, officially, these deposits are attributed to meteor impacts or unusual geological phenomena, because admitting their true origin would imply recognizing ancient nuclear technology. In materials engineering laboratories, researchers have examined ancient cements and mortars that show properties exceeding modern construction materials. Roman concrete, used in structures like the Pantheon, has proven more durable than modern cements. Its composition includes additives that optimize strength, flexibility, and longevity in ways that have only recently been understood by materials science. Analyses have revealed that these ancient cements incorporate specific volcanic ashes, lime processed according to particular techniques, and organic additives that act as chemical modifiers. The combination produces materials with properties that require advanced chemical understanding to achieve intentionally. Electron microscopy analysis techniques have revealed structures in ancient artifacts that suggest manufacture with extraordinarily precise tools. Surfaces of stone objects show tool marks that required precision tolerances measurable in microns. These tolerances can only be achieved with computer-controlled machinery. Spectrographic analyses of ancient metal tools have identified alloys that do not appear in nature and require specific manufacturing techniques. Some of these alloys were not rediscovered until the 20th century, yet they appear in artifacts that are demonstrably ancient, according to carbon dating and archaeological context. In electromagnetic property research facilities, scientists have studied ancient objects that show characteristics suggesting advanced knowledge of electromagnetism. Certain metallic artifacts are magnetized in patterns that do not occur naturally and would have required application of controlled magnetic fields during manufacturing. Resonance studies have identified ancient objects, particularly musical instruments and architectural structures, that are designed to produce specific frequencies with extraordinary precision. These frequencies frequently correspond to resonances that have specific effects on human consciousness, or that optimize acoustic properties in ways requiring sophisticated understanding of wave physics. Preservation analyses have revealed that certain ancient artifacts were treated with substances that prevent deterioration more effectively than modern conservation methods. These treatments use chemical compounds that were not identified by modern science until decades after the artifacts were discovered. The geographical distribution of these anomalous artifacts also reveals intriguing patterns. Specific concentrations appear in locations that correspond to sites described in ancient texts as centers of divine activity. These correlations suggest that the artifacts represent remains of technology developed or used at these specific locations. When we consider all this material evidence together, the technical capabilities that exceed their historical context, the impossible alloys, the evidence of ancient nuclear technology, the materials with advanced properties, a pattern emerges that is more consistent with inheritance of advanced technology than with independent development by primitive human civilizations. The institutional resistance to fully investigating these artifacts, the classification of specific findings, and the marginalization of researchers who publish controversial results suggests that the implications of these discoveries are understood but deliberately suppressed for reasons that go beyond legitimate scientific concerns. There is something disturbing about the convergence of ancient prophecies that all point toward the same temporal period. We are not talking about vague predictions about the end times, but specific calculations, precise astronomical dates, and detailed descriptions of events that would begin to manifest in the first decades of the 21st century. The Sumerian texts are explicit about the timeline of the return. They describe that after completing their terrestrial operations, the Anunnaki would return when the stars complete their great circle and the red planet appears again in the dawn skies. These are not poetic symbols, but direct references to calculable astronomical cycles. The Great Circle refers to the precession cycle of 25,920 years that makes zodiacal constellations gradually appear in different positions relative to the spring equinox. Sumerian calculations indicate that this cycle would be completed approximately during the epoch that corresponds to our current period. The red planet is clearly a reference to Nibiru during its approach to the inner solar system. Mayan texts provide independent correlations that are disturbingly specific. Their long count calendar ends a major cycle on December 21st, 2012, but the Maya never described this as the end of the world. Instead, the texts speak of Kukulkan's return and the beginning of a new era of direct contact between humans and the lords of the sky. Modern astronomical calculations have confirmed that we are entering a period of planetary alignments and celestial events that occur only once every several millennia. The galactic alignment that culminated in 2012 positioned our solar system in relation to the galactic center in ways that had not occurred for approximately 26,000 years. But perhaps more significant is the anomalous behavior that astronomers have detected in the outer planets of our solar system. Inexplicable gravitational perturbations in the orbits of Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto suggest the influence of a massive object in the outer solar system. These perturbations have intensified considerably during the last 2 decades. Mainstream astronomers have proposed the existence of a Planet 9 to explain these orbital anomalies. Their calculations suggest an object with 4 to 8 times Earth's mass in a highly elliptical orbit that takes it to extreme distances from the Sun. The description of this orbit coincides remarkably with the characteristics of Nibiru described in ancient texts. Computer simulations of this proposed orbit indicate that the object would approach the inner solar system approximately every 3,600 years, exactly the period of a Sumerian Shar. The model suggests that we are entering a phase where this object would begin to become detectable with advanced astronomical instruments. The effects of such an object's approach might already be manifesting. The increase in global seismic activity during recent decades, changes in climate patterns that defy conventional atmospheric models, and anomalies in Earth's magnetic field could be early indicators of external gravitational influences. Astronomers have documented a notable increase in solar activity during recent cycles. Solar storms have reached intensities that disrupt terrestrial communication systems and affect global electrical networks. This increase in solar activity could be related to gravitational perturbations caused by the approach of a massive object. Geologists have also noticed anomalous patterns in tectonic activity. The number of earthquakes of significant magnitude has increased statistically during recent decades. Volcanoes that had remained dormant for centuries are showing signs of renewed activity. These patterns could indicate growing gravitational stress on Earth's crust. Changes in Earth's magnetic field have been particularly dramatic. The magnetic poles are migrating at velocities that have accelerated significantly. The magnetic field in general has weakened approximately 15% during the last 200 years. Some scientists suggest we could be approaching a complete magnetic polarity reversal. These geomagnetic changes could be related to external influences affecting Earth's core. The approach of a massive object with its own magnetic field, could cause exactly these types of perturbations in Earth's magnetic system. Ancient texts describe specific effects that would accompany Nibiru's return. They include increased volcanic activity, more frequent earthquakes, changes in climate patterns, and auroras visible at latitudes where they normally do not appear. These effects coincide remarkably with phenomena we have observed during recent decades. The texts also predict that the return would be preceded by signs in the skies that would be visible to human populations. They describe new stars that would appear in familiar constellations and dancing lights that would cross the night skies. The increase in unidentified aerial object sightings during recent decades could represent the fulfillment of these predictions. Particularly intriguing is that multiple space agencies have reported detection of objects in the outer solar system that do not behave according to expected patterns for conventional asteroids or comets. Some of these objects show characteristics that suggest artificial origin, velocity changes that cannot be explained by gravitational effects, course alterations that suggest directed propulsion, and electromagnetic emissions that do not correspond to natural phenomena. Extrasolar planet search programs have developed instruments capable of detecting objects in our own outer solar system with unprecedented precision. These instruments have identified multiple objects in orbits that take them toward the inner solar system, according to timelines that correspond to predictions from ancient texts. The texts reveal that the return would not be a single event, but a process that would develop over decades. The first phases would involve re-establishment of communications with dormant terrestrial installations and evaluation of human developments during the period of absence. Only after this evaluation would decisions be made about levels of direct contact. The communication systems that could facilitate such recontact are apparently already being activated. Radio astronomers have detected signals from unknown sources that show characteristics of artificial transmission. These signals frequently originate from directions that correspond to locations of ancient Anunnaki installations. Astronomical observatories have also documented unusual activity at specific locations that correspond to sites described in texts as Anunnaki installations. Electromagnetic anomalies, low-frequency radio emissions, and optical effects that cannot be explained by known atmospheric phenomena have been detected over sites like Giza, Baalbek, and Machu Picchu. The texts suggest that the return would be synchronized with human development that would allow more sophisticated communication and interaction than during previous visits. The current level of human technology, particularly in communications, transportation, and computation, could have reached thresholds that the Anunnaki consider appropriate for re-establishment of contact. The convergence of human technological developments with specific astronomical timelines does not seem coincidental. Advances in genetics that allow us to understand DNA modification, the development of global communications that facilitate planetary coordination, and the ability to detect objects in deep space have all reached critical levels during the temporal period predicted for the return. The contact protocols described in ancient texts specify that re-establishment of communications would begin with signals directed to specific installations and particular lineages of descent. Individuals with concentrated Anunnaki genetic heritage would receive communications before general populations. Some researchers suggest that these preliminary contacts have already begun. Evidence of institutional preparation for contact events has also increased. Government agencies have developed protocols for extraterrestrial contact events that specify communication procedures, international coordination, and public information management. These protocols suggest official anticipation of events that go beyond general scientific speculation. When we consider all this convergent evidence, the specific astronomical predictions, the observable phenomena that coincide with predicted effects, the human, technological developments reaching specific thresholds, and the indicators of institutional preparation, a pattern emerges that suggests we are entering a period of fundamental changes that have been anticipated and planned for millennia. Although Sumerian texts describe the massive departure of the Anunnaki at the end of their main operations, they also reveal that not all left Earth completely. Small groups remained at monitoring stations, underground installations, and remote bases to maintain surveillance over human developments and preserve minimal operational capabilities for future interventions. These guardians did not maintain visible presence in human societies, but operated from locations that allowed them to monitor technological progress, social developments, and events that might require direct intervention. Their primary function was to ensure that humanity developed according to acceptable parameters without threatening long-term Anunnaki interests. The texts describe these guard operations as rotational, with personnel being replaced periodically by fresh teams that arrived during Nibiru's approaches to the inner solar system. This system allowed maintaining continuous surveillance while avoiding the problems of prolonged isolation that had plagued previous operations. The locations of these guard stations were specifically selected for their geographical isolation and characteristics that facilitated concealment of technological activities. Polar regions, remote mountain chains, and deep oceanic areas provided environments where advanced operations could continue without detection by developing human populations. Modern evidence of activities in these areas is limited but intriguing. Polar regions, particularly Antarctica, have been subject to unusual international restrictions that limit independent exploration. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 established strict controls over activities on the continent that go beyond declared environmental concerns. Official scientific expeditions to Antarctica have reported anomalies that suggest presence of artificial installations under the ice. Ground-penetrating radar studies have identified regular geometric structures at significant depths that cannot be explained by natural geological formations. However, detailed data from these studies remains classified. Commercial and military flights over certain polar regions follow specific routes that avoid particular areas without satisfactory public explanations. Pilots have reported observation of lights and activities at locations where officially no human installations exist. These reports frequently result in transfers or flight restrictions for the personnel involved. In remote mountainous regions, particularly in the Himalayas, Tibet, and the Andes, local populations have maintained traditions about mountain guardians who occasionally interact with selected humans. These traditions describe beings with advanced technology who live in hidden cities and emerge periodically to monitor developments in human populations. Tibetan monks, in particular, have preserved traditions about hidden masters who maintain ancient knowledge and occasionally provide guidance during critical periods. These traditions include descriptions of encounters with individuals who possess extraordinary longevity and knowledge that exceeds normal human capabilities. Explorers who have penetrated remote regions of the Himalayas have reported observation of installations that seem incongruous with the local level of technological development. Structures that use materials and construction techniques that are not available to native populations, but that do not correspond to known modern development projects. In deep oceanic areas, oceanographers have documented acoustic anomalies that suggest artificial activity at extreme depths. Military sonars have detected underwater objects that move at speeds exceeding capabilities of known submarine technology. These objects frequently appear at locations that correspond to oceanic sites described in ancient texts as Anunnaki installations. Analyses of deep ocean currents have revealed perturbations that suggest presence of massive structures on the ocean floor. These perturbations affect circulation patterns in ways that cannot be explained by known natural topography. However, direct exploration of these areas is restricted by technical difficulties and funding limitations. Seismic studies have identified underground cavities at specific locations that do not correspond to natural geological formations. These cavities show characteristics that suggest artificial excavation and are frequently associated with electromagnetic anomalies that interfere with detection instruments. Particularly significant are cavities detected beneath known megalithic sites. Extensive underground installations have been identified beneath Giza, Baalbek, Stonehenge, and other sites, but complete exploration is restricted by local authorities or technical limitations. Available data suggests that these installations are much more extensive than the visible surface structures. Global communication systems have detected radio transmissions from unknown sources that use frequencies and protocols that do not correspond to known terrestrial technology. These transmissions frequently originate from remote locations where no official communication installations exist. The transmission patterns suggest communication networks that operate independently of terrestrial systems. Radio astronomers have also documented signals that appear to originate from specific terrestrial locations but have characteristics that suggest technology more advanced than current human capabilities. These signals are frequently directed toward specific points in space that do not correspond to known space exploration targets. Developments in detection technology have allowed identification of electromagnetic activities in regions where officially no significant human activity exists. These emissions suggest operation of sophisticated electronic equipment at remote locations. However, access to these areas for direct investigation is restricted by various logistical and legal factors. The patterns of these activities suggest coordination between multiple locations. The transmissions, electromagnetic activities, and detected anomalies show synchronization that indicates communication between dispersed stations. This coordination requires communication technology that exceeds capabilities available to human organizations operating at such remote locations. Analyses of these patterns also reveal that activities intensify during periods that correspond to specific astronomical events. Planetary alignments, elevated solar activity, and other celestial phenomena correlate with increases in activities detected from apparent God locations. Ancient texts indicate that these God operations include specific monitoring of human technological developments. The Guardians are especially interested in advances that could affect detection capabilities, space communication, or development of weaponry that could represent future threats. The chronology of certain human technological developments shows patterns that suggest subtle external guidance. Critical advances in specific fields have occurred with timing that facilitates preparation for future contact. Developments in global communication, computation, and genetics have reached levels that would allow more sophisticated interaction than during previous historical periods. The texts also suggest that Guardians maintain limited contact with specific human lineages of descent that preserve high concentrations of Anunnaki genetic heritage. These contacts involve transfer of limited information and guidance about developments that could affect preparation for future events. Individuals who report contact experiences frequently show unusual genetic characteristics and demonstrate capabilities that exceed typical human norms. These individuals also frequently occupy positions that allow them to influence technological or political developments in ways that facilitate preparation for future changes. Historical records show that during critical periods of human development, specific knowledge has appeared suddenly without clear precedents of previous research. These advances have frequently occurred during circumstances that suggest limited external intervention rather than independent development. The evidence suggests that guard operations have been successful in maintaining human development within acceptable parameters while facilitating preparation for future reintegration. The Guardians have allowed human technological advancement to levels that will permit more effective communication and interaction when direct contact is re-established. For decades, the mere mention of ancient extraterrestrial visitors has been enough for academic scientists to automatically dismiss any serious research on the subject. This reaction is not based on scientific evidence, but on something much deeper. The understanding that recognizing the reality of the Anunnaki would have consequences that go far beyond simple historical corrections. The fundamental problem is not the lack of evidence, but the implications of that evidence. If Sumerian texts describe real events, if human genetic anomalies indicate artificial modification, if impossible constructions were actually built with advanced technology, then practically everything we believe about our origins, development, and place in the universe requires fundamental revision. Religious institutions face perhaps the most direct challenge. Judeo-Christian, Islamic, and other monotheistic traditions have built complete theological frameworks around creation narratives that become problematic if humans were literally created by physical beings from another planet. Recognizing Anunnaki reality does not necessarily eliminate spiritual concepts, but requires radical recontextualization of fundamental beliefs. Educational systems also face massive disruptions. Curricula in history, anthropology, archaeology, and multiple scientific disciplines are built around chronologies and models that would be invalidated by Anunnaki evidence. The entire academic infrastructure, from textbooks to doctoral programs, would require fundamental reconstruction. But perhaps more significant is the impact on political and economic power structures. If humanity was created as a workforce for extraterrestrial mining operations, if certain genetic lines preserve direct heritage from our creators, if specific knowledge and technology have been preserved in secret societies, then the foundations of modern political authority could be fundamentally questioned. Governments have invested considerable resources. However, information suppression is never completely effective. Evidence continues accumulating from multiple scientific disciplines. Developments in molecular genetics, materials analysis, archaeological dating, and other areas continue generating data that support literal interpretations of ancient texts. The internet has allowed independent researchers to share information in ways that bypass traditional institutional filters. Databases of archaeological evidence, scientific analyses, and correlations of ancient texts are available to anyone willing to examine the data objectively. This democratization of information makes it increasingly difficult to maintain official narratives that contradict available evidence. Developments in detection technology also continue revealing anomalies that are consistent with historical and contemporary Anunnaki presence. Satellites, ground-penetrating radar, seismic analyses, and other instruments routinely detect structures and activities that do not fit conventional archaeological frameworks. New generations of scientists, less invested in maintaining established paradigms, are increasingly willing to consider alternative explanations for anomalies that conventional science cannot address satisfactorily. This generational openness suggests that institutional resistance to Anunnaki evidence will eventually be overcome by accumulation of verifiable data. Space programs have also generated information that supports the possibility of historical extraterrestrial visitation. The detection of objects in the outer solar system that do not behave according to expected patterns for natural bodies, anomalies in space probe transmissions, and other phenomena suggest presence of technology that is not of known terrestrial origin. Astronomy has identified planetary systems that could support advanced civilizations within distances that would make interstellar travel technologically feasible. Calculations about propulsive technology development suggest that civilizations with temporal advantages of only a few millennia could develop interstellar travel capabilities. Developments in artificial intelligence and quantum computing are approaching levels of sophistication that would make comprehensive analysis of all correlations between archaeological, genetic, astronomical, and textual evidence related to Anunnaki presence feasible. Such analyses could generate correlations that would be impossible to dismiss using conventional arguments. Pressure for disclosure is also increasing from unexpected directions. The military has begun officially recognizing encounters with aerial objects that demonstrate capabilities exceeding known human technology. This gradual revelation suggests preparation for more comprehensive admissions about extraterrestrial presence. When we consider all these factors, the continuing accumulation of evidence, technological developments that facilitate independent research, generational changes in scientific attitudes, and growing pressure for transparency, it seems likely that the truth about Anunnaki presence will eventually emerge despite efforts to suppress it. The question is not whether this information will be revealed, but when and under what circumstances. Organizations that have maintained control over this information face difficult decisions about whether to gradually reveal the truth in controlled terms or risk uncontrolled revelation that could have unpredictable consequences for social and political stability. The reality is that evidence of Anunnaki presence can no longer be effectively contained within limited circles. The data is available to anyone willing to examine it objectively. The only remaining question is when official institutions will publicly acknowledge what their private investigations have already confirmed. During the last decades, something has fundamentally changed in the nature of unidentified aerial object sightings. We are no longer talking about distant lights in the night sky or blurry photographs that could be anything. Modern encounters show specific patterns that disturbingly correspond with descriptions of Anunnaki technology in ancient texts. Objects reported by military and commercial pilots show flight capabilities that defy our understanding of aerodynamic physics. Instantaneous accelerations that would generate lethal G-forces for any biological occupant. 90-degree direction changes at supersonic speeds without visible deceleration. Capabilities to operate both in atmosphere and underwater without apparent modifications. Commander David Fravor, U.S. Navy pilot, described his 2004 encounter with an object he called Tic Tac, due to its distinctive shape. This object demonstrated capabilities that exceeded any known technology. It could maintain stationary position without visible propulsion systems, accelerated from complete stop to supersonic speeds instantaneously, and disappeared from advanced military radars without explanation. What makes these reports particularly credible is that they come from military personnel specifically trained to identify aircraft and potential threats. These individuals have spent years learning to distinguish between different types of aerial technology. When they report observations of objects that do not correspond to known human capabilities, their testimonies carry considerable weight. Radar analyses of these encounters have revealed flight characteristics that are consistent with descriptions of Anunnaki vehicles in ancient texts. The objects show no chemical propulsion signatures that would characterize conventional jets or rockets. Instead, they appear to manipulate gravitational or electromagnetic fields in ways that allow them to ignore normal aerodynamic limitations. Sumerian texts describe Anunnaki vehicles that could float without sound and move faster than wind without creating storm. These descriptions exactly match the capabilities observed in modern encounters. The objects frequently operate completely silently, even at speeds that should generate deafening sonic booms. The appearance patterns of these objects also suggest directed monitoring rather than casual exploration. Sightings are disproportionately concentrated around military installations, nuclear power plants, advanced research sites, and locations that correspond to significant archaeological sites. This distribution suggests specific interest in human technological developments. Particularly significant is that many sightings occur near sites that texts identify as locations of ancient Anunnaki installations. Giza, Baalbek, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, and other megalithic sites report sighting frequencies that statistically exceed surrounding areas. This correlation suggests direct connection between modern activity and specific historical sites. Close encounters documented by military and scientific personnel frequently include electromagnetic effects that are consistent with Anunnaki technology described in ancient texts. Electronic systems that fail during encounters, radio communication interference, and navigation instrument disturbances suggest intense electromagnetic fields around these objects. Medical analyses of individuals who have had close encounters have revealed specific physiological effects that are difficult to explain by exposure to known human technology. Changes in brainwave patterns, temporal alterations in immune function, and in some cases, modifications in genetic material that suggest exposure to specific radiation or electromagnetic fields. Some individuals who report encounters show unusual genetic characteristics that correspond to markers associated with concentrated Anunnaki heritage. These individuals frequently report experiences that go beyond simple visual observation, including telepathic communication, transfer of specific information, and instructions about future roles in upcoming events. Messages reported during these encounters frequently include references to return and preparation time. Contacted individuals receive information about future developments that will require cooperation between humans and returning visitors. These messages are consistent with recontact protocols described in ancient Anunnaki texts. Geographic locations where direct contacts occur show patterns that suggest coordinated operations. Multiple individuals in different regions report similar experiences during specific temporal periods, suggesting synchronized activities rather than random encounters. This coordination requires level of organization that exceeds capabilities of natural phenomena or conventional human activity. Developments in detection technology have enabled more precise documentation of these encounters. Doppler radars, laser tracking systems, and spectral analysis instruments have confirmed presence of objects that show physical properties consistent with real advanced technology, not optical illusions or atmospheric phenomena. Telemetry data from these encounters has been analyzed by physicists and aerospace engineers who confirm that observed capabilities require propulsion principles that go beyond current terrestrial technology. The objects demonstrate thrust-to-weight ratios that are impossible with any known propulsion system. Their maneuvering capabilities suggest manipulation of inertia or local gravity. Military programs have begun to officially recognize that these objects represent real technology that exceeds known human capabilities. The Pentagon has established specific programs to investigate unidentified aerial phenomena and has publicly admitted that some objects demonstrate capabilities that cannot be explained with conventional technology. The U.S. Navy has confirmed the authenticity of videos showing objects performing maneuvers that defy conventional physical understanding. These videos, recorded by advanced weapons systems, provide instrumental evidence of capabilities that can only be explained by technology that significantly exceeds current human developments. Pilots who have had encounters frequently report that the objects appear to respond to their thoughts or intentions before they are communicated verbally. This apparent telepathic capability is consistent with descriptions of Anunnaki communication in ancient texts, which mention direct transfer of thoughts without need for verbal communication. Analyses of electromagnetic frequencies detected during encounters have revealed emissions in specific ranges that correspond to frequencies that could affect human neurological function. These frequencies are in ranges that could facilitate direct communication with human brains or modify consciousness states in specific ways. Temporal patterns of sightings also show correlations with astronomical events that are significant according to Anunnaki chronologies. Increases in activity coincide with planetary alignments, specific lunar phases, and other celestial events that ancient texts identify as important periods for interplanetary communications. Encounters frequently include transfer of specific technical information that exceeds knowledge of contacted individuals. People without scientific training report reception of concepts about advanced physics, engineering, or medicine that subsequently prove accurate when verified by experts. Some contactees have reported instructions to locate specific artifacts or visit particular locations where they find physical evidence that corroborates their experiences. These findings frequently include objects or materials that show properties that cannot be explained by conventional human manufacture. Longitudinal studies of individuals who have had multiple encounters reveal that many develop capabilities that exceed typical human norms. Enhanced memory, accelerated processing capabilities, increased intuition about future events, and occasionally abilities that suggest access to information not available through conventional channels. Evidence suggests that these modern encounters represent preliminary phases of re-establishment of contact between Anunnaki and selected human populations. The observed patterns, monitoring of technological developments, communication with individuals with specific genetic heritage, transfer of preparatory information, are consistent with recontact protocols described in ancient texts as precursors to broader revelation. Modern archaeology is experiencing a silent revolution driven by technologies that allow seeing underground, underwater, and through structures in ways that were unthinkable just decades ago. What these new capabilities are revealing fundamentally challenges established chronologies and suggests that civilizations with advanced technological capabilities existed much earlier than official history admits. LiDAR, light detection and ranging, has completely transformed our ability to detect archaeological structures hidden under dense vegetation. This technology uses laser pulses to create detailed three-dimensional maps that reveal topographic features that are not visible from the surface. The results have been revolutionary. In Guatemala, LiDAR scans have revealed that Maya civilization was much more extensive and sophisticated than previously believed. The images reveal massive cities connected by networks of elevated roads, complex canal systems, and defensive structures that suggest social organization at a scale not thought possible for pre-industrial societies. But perhaps more significant is that these technologies are revealing structures that precede known civilizations by millennia. In multiple locations around the world, LiDAR has identified massive constructions buried under sediment layers that require much older dating than the cultures that supposedly built them. Ground-penetrating radar, GPR, has provided similar capabilities for exploring below surface without destructive excavation. This technology can detect cavities, buried structures, and changes in soil density that indicate ancient human activity. The results are forcing reconsideration of multiple established archaeological sites. Under the Giza Plateau, GPR has revealed an extensive complex of tunnels and chambers that extends far beyond the visible pyramids. These underground structures show levels of planning and construction that suggest more complex purposes than simple ceremonial burial. Some cavities are so large they could house cathedral-sized structures. At Stonehenge, GPR has identified an archaeological landscape that is orders of magnitude more complex than the visible stone circle. Underground structures extend for kilometers in all directions, connected by tunnels that suggest the site was part of a much larger installation that functioned as an integrated unit. Underwater archaeology is also revealing evidence of civilizations that existed when ocean levels were significantly lower. Structures identified on continental shelves that were dry land during glacial periods show architectural features that require advanced construction capabilities. Off the coasts of Japan, the Yonaguni structures show features that suggest intentional construction rather than natural geological formation. Carved steps, precise right angles, and tunnels that traverse the structure indicate human work. However, these structures would have been underwater for more than 10,000 years, a period when supposedly no civilizations capable of such construction existed. In the Black Sea, underwater explorations have identified structures dating from before the catastrophic filling of that basin, approximately 7,500 years ago. These structures include what appear to be building foundations, paved roads, and drainage systems that suggest sophisticated urban planning. Dating techniques have also improved significantly, allowing more precise dates and revealing anomalies at sites that were thought to be well understood. Optically stimulated luminescence, OSL dating, can determine when sediments were last exposed to sunlight, providing dates for when structures were buried. OSL applied to sediments around megalithic constructions has revealed dates that are consistently older than estimates based on associated artifacts. At multiple sites, main construction precedes by millennia the cultures that supposedly built them. This suggests that these structures were reused by later civilizations that did not originally construct them. Electron microscopy analyses of ancient construction materials have revealed manufacturing techniques that require technology that officially did not exist during proposed construction periods. Stone cuts that show tool marks requiring industrial precision, metal alloys needing extreme temperature control, and cements with properties that exceed modern materials. At Pumapunku, microscopic analyses of stone surfaces have revealed marks that can only be explained by tools with industrial diamond tips. Precision tolerances measured on cut surfaces are in tenths of millimeters, precision requiring computer-controlled machinery. However, these structures were supposedly built by cultures that only had stone and bronze tools. Geochemical studies of ancient mortars have identified compositions that include elements that do not occur naturally in construction locations. These elements had to be transported from considerable distances, suggesting trade and logistics networks that exceed capabilities attributed to ancient civilizations. Archaeogenetics is providing information about ancient populations that lived near these megalithic sites. DNA analyses of human remains associated with constructions frequently reveal genetic characteristics that do not correspond to local populations. This suggests that constructions were performed by groups with different origins from native populations of the areas. Isotopic studies of these remains also indicate that many individuals associated with megalithic sites had diets that included foods that were not native to their regions. This evidence suggests large-scale mobility and access to resources that required sophisticated distribution networks. Archaeoacoustics has emerged as a new discipline that studies sound properties of ancient sites. Analyses have revealed that many megalithic structures were specifically designed for particular acoustic effects. These acoustic properties are not accidental, but required sophisticated understanding of sound wave physics. At Newgrange, Ireland, the interior chamber is designed to amplify specific frequencies while suppressing others. Acoustic effects can induce altered states of consciousness at frequencies that directly affect human neurological function. Design of these properties requires knowledge that exceeds acoustic understanding attributed to Neolithic builders. Analyses of astronomical alignments of ancient sites have revealed precision that requires astronomical observations during extended periods and sophisticated mathematical calculations. Many structures are oriented towards specific celestial events, with precision requiring advanced observation instruments. At Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, orientations of individual pillars correspond to positions of specific constellations during periods that precede official construction of the site by millennia. This precision suggests that builders had astronomical knowledge that had been developed during much longer periods than those estimated for civilization development. Computer modeling techniques have enabled virtual reconstructions of ancient sites that reveal features not apparent from direct observation. These models show that many megalithic constructions incorporate engineering principles that optimize structural stability, weight distribution, and seismic resistance in ways that require advanced understanding of structural principles. Network analyses of archaeological sites have revealed geographic distribution patterns that suggest coordinated planning at continental scale. Locations of megalithic constructions show correlations that cannot be explained by independent development. Distances between sites, mutual orientations, and shared characteristics suggest central coordination of construction. Multidisciplinary studies that combine archaeological, geological, astronomical, and genetic evidence are creating integrated models that challenge conventional chronologies. When all available evidence is considered simultaneously, a pattern emerges that suggests presence of technologically advanced civilization during periods that precede conventional human development by millennia. Institutional resistance to publishing these findings has led to development of independent research platforms where scientists can share data without institutional filters. These networks are accumulating evidence that will eventually force official recognition that our understanding of historical chronologies requires fundamental revision. Developments in artificial intelligence are enabling pattern analyses in large archaeological databases that reveal correlations that would be impossible to detect through conventional human analysis. These systems are identifying connections between sites, artifacts, and populations that suggest levels of global interconnection during ancient periods that exceed capabilities attributed to pre-industrial civilizations. In the most secret offices of astronomical observatories around the world, teams of scientists are tracking something that officially is not supposed to exist. Calculations indicate a massive object in the outer regions of our solar system, moving in an orbit that will gradually bring it toward the inner solar system during the coming decades. Astronomers have called it Planet 9 or Planet X to avoid direct references to Nibiru. But the orbital characteristics they are detecting match with disturbing precision the descriptions in Sumerian texts from millennia ago. An object with mass of 4 to 10 times that of Earth, in an extremely elliptical orbit, with a period of approximately 3,600 years. The first evidence came in the form of gravitational perturbations. Astronomers noticed that orbits of objects in the Kuiper Belt, the icy region beyond Neptune, showed clusterings that could not be explained by gravitation from known planets. These objects appeared to be being shepherded by gravitational influence of something much more massive. Dr. Mike Brown of the California Institute of Technology was one of the first to publish calculations suggesting the existence of this object. His models indicated that observed perturbations required a planet with significant mass in an orbit that would take it to extreme distances from the Sun. However, Brown carefully avoided any reference to ancient traditions that had described exactly such an object. Infrared telescopes have detected heat emissions from regions of space where there should be no significant objects, according to conventional solar system models. These emissions suggest presence of a planetary body radiating residual heat from its formation or from active internal processes. The location of these emissions corresponds to orbital projections calculated for the perturbing object. NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope has identified multiple candidates for this object during its deep infrared observations. However, definitive confirmation requires follow-up observations that have been classified or restricted for reasons that have not been publicly explained. Available data suggests an object that reflects very little visible light, but emits infrared radiation consistent with a massive planet. Gravitational effects of gradual approach of this object may already be manifesting in our solar system. Solar activity has increased significantly during recent cycles, with solar storms reaching intensities that disrupt terrestrial communication systems. This increase correlates with models that predict gravitational effects of a massive object approaching. Terrestrial climate patterns also show changes that correspond to external gravitational influences. Conventional climate models cannot completely explain alterations in ocean currents, precipitation patterns, and global temperatures that have been observed during recent decades. These alterations are consistent with gradual gravitational perturbations caused by approach of a massive planetary object. Global seismic activity has shown statistically significant increases that correlate with projections of gravitational effects from Nibiru. Major magnitude earthquakes have increased in frequency, and volcanoes that had remained dormant for centuries are showing signs of renewed activity. These patterns suggest growing gravitational stress in Earth's crust. Changes in Earth's magnetic field have been particularly dramatic. Magnetic poles are migrating at accelerated speeds, and the general magnetic field has weakened significantly. Some models suggest that these changes could be related to electromagnetic influences from a massive object with its own magnetic field approaching our solar system. Solar observatories have documented anomalous behaviors in the heliosphere, the region of solar wind influence. Perturbations in this region suggest presence of massive objects affecting normal flow of solar particles. These perturbations are localized in directions that correspond to orbital projections of Nibiru. Space probes at the margins of the solar system have reported anomalies in their trajectories that suggest unanticipated gravitational influences. Voyager 1 and 2, Pioneer 10 and 11, and other probes have experienced accelerations or decelerations that cannot be completely explained by gravitation from known objects. These anomalies are consistent with gravitational effects from an uncatalogued massive object. Radio astronomers have detected electromagnetic emissions from regions of space that correspond to projected locations of Nibiru. These emissions show characteristics that suggest artificial origin rather than natural astronomical phenomena. Frequencies and modulation patterns are consistent with communication or navigation transmissions. Spectrographic analyses of light reflected from Nibiru candidates have revealed compositions suggesting a planet rich in heavy metals with dense atmosphere. This composition is consistent with descriptions of Nibiru in Sumerian texts as a world with abundant mineral resources, but requiring artificial atmospheric maintenance. Computerized orbital models have enabled precise projections of when Nibiru will reach maximum proximity to the inner solar system. These calculations suggest that closest approach will occur within the coming decades, with gravitational effects gradually intensifying until reaching levels that could cause significant disruptions in planetary orbits. Simulations of effects of this approach include perturbations in Earth's orbit that could cause dramatic climate changes, increases in volcanic and seismic activity, and alterations in magnetic field that could affect global communications and navigation systems. These effects correspond to descriptions in ancient texts of events that would accompany Nibiru's return. Government preparations for catastrophic events have increased significantly during recent decades. Construction of massive underground facilities, development of government continuity protocols, and exercises preparing for infrastructure disruptions suggest official anticipation of events that go beyond conventional threats. Space programs have developed detection and tracking capabilities for objects that exceed requirements for conventional asteroids or comets. These systems appear designed to monitor massive planetary objects in specific orbits that correspond to projections for Nibiru. Detailed information from these programs remains classified. Analyses of intercepted communications between astronomical observatories have revealed discussions about the object that suggest more detailed knowledge about Nibiru than has been publicly revealed. These communications include references to approach schedules, anticipated effects, and observation protocols that suggest coordinated international monitoring. Correlations between historical events and orbital cycles of Nibiru provide context for understanding potential effects of its next approach. Periods of intensified geological activity, dramatic climate changes, and civilization disruptions that occur approximately every 3,600 years suggest pattern of periodic influences that correspond to Nibiru approaches. Ancient texts that describe events during previous approaches of Nibiru include specific warnings about preparation necessary to minimize disruptions. These warnings include recommendations for knowledge preservation, population protection, and maintenance of technological capabilities during periods of instability. Developments in space communication technology have reached levels that would enable re-establishment of contact with inhabitants of Nibiru during its approach. Current capabilities of high-power radio transmission, laser communication, and other methods could facilitate interplanetary communications that would be impossible when Nibiru is in remote regions of its orbit. The convergence of human technological developments with the timeline of Nibiru's approach does not appear coincidental. Advances in genetics, communications, computing, and space exploration have reached levels that would enable more sophisticated interaction with advanced visitors than during any previous historical period. Contact protocols that have been developed by space and military agencies include specific procedures for communication with entities that might arrive from planetary objects in extreme orbits. These protocols suggest official anticipation of encounters that go beyond general scientific speculation about extraterrestrial life. Evidence suggests we are entering a period that has been anticipated and prepared for during millennia. Nibiru's approach represents not only an astronomical event, but fulfillment of schedules established by the Anunnaki for their return to the inner solar system and re-establishment of direct presence on Earth. Around the world, in classified government facilities, corporate research centers, and international organizations, protocols are being developed that officially have no satisfactory public explanation. They are procedures designed for mass contact events that go far beyond the science fiction scenarios that officials publicly discuss. In 2010, the Vatican's Pontifical Academy of Sciences convened a conference on astrobiology that included detailed discussions about theological implications of contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. But leaked internal documents revealed that the discussions were much more specific than general academic speculation. Scenarios were addressed where extraterrestrial visitors would claim to have previously interacted with humanity. The United Nations has quietly developed legal frameworks for contact events that include protocols for communication, representation of humanity in negotiations, and distribution of technologies that could be transferred. These policies are buried in documents about international space cooperation, but their specifications go far beyond encounters with distant civilizations. Global communication systems have been coordinated in ways that would allow simultaneous transmission of information to the entire world population within hours. Emergency protocols developed, supposedly for natural disasters, include capabilities for override of all media systems, internet networks, and mobile communications to transmit internationally coordinated messages. Real-time translation technologies have advanced exponentially during the last decade, reaching capabilities that exceed the needs of conventional human communication. Artificial intelligence systems can now process language patterns, identify unknown grammatical structures, and develop communication protocols for languages that have no known terrestrial precedents. Space monitoring programs have expanded their capabilities far beyond tracking asteroids and space debris. Globally coordinated telescope networks can detect, track, and analyze objects approaching the inner solar system from any direction. These systems include rapid response capabilities that could be activated within hours of detecting anomalous objects. Air Defense Command Centers have developed protocols that distinguish between conventional threats and contact encounters. These protocols specify when to activate communications instead of defensive systems, when to cede authority to specialized civilian entities, and how to coordinate responses that facilitate communication instead of confrontation. Biological quarantine facilities that have been built supposedly for future pandemics include capabilities that exceed requirements for known terrestrial pathogens. These facilities can process individuals who have been exposed to unknown biological environments, analyze materials of non-terrestrial origin, and maintain isolation conditions that would protect both visitors and human populations. Global biometric identification systems have reached levels of sophistication that would allow immediate identification of individuals with specific genetic characteristics. These databases, apparently designed for security, could be used to rapidly locate people with genetic markers that would identify them as candidates for specific roles in contact events. Educational programs have begun incorporating concepts that psychologically prepare populations for the possibility of extraterrestrial contact. Science curricula increasingly include discussions about life on other planets, possibility of visitation, and ethical frameworks for interaction with non-human intelligences. This conceptual preparation goes beyond general scientific education. Sociological analyses of public reactions to revelations about unidentified aerial phenomena have been used to develop communication strategies that would minimize panic while maximizing public acceptance. These studies include modeling of how specific populations would react to different levels of revelation about extraterrestrial presence. Technology corporations have developed platforms that could facilitate communication and exchange with entities that possess advanced technologies. Blockchain systems for information verification, quantum communication networks for secure transmission, and virtual reality interfaces for immersive interaction have all reached capabilities that exceed current commercial applications. Medical protocols for exposure to advanced technologies have been developed in research facilities that officially study other topics. These procedures include treatment for exposure to intense electromagnetic fields, non-ionizing radiation of specific frequencies, and neurological effects of telepathic communication or direct information transfer. Training programs for diplomats and government officials have included scenarios that require negotiation with entities that possess dramatic technological advantages. These trainings address how to maintain human sovereignty while recognizing technological superiority, how to negotiate knowledge transfer, and how to preserve human interests in asymmetric agreements. Scientific research facilities have been equipped with instruments capable of analyzing materials and technologies that exceed terrestrial manufacturing capabilities. These laboratories can process unknown alloys, analyze devices with unfamiliar operational principles, and reverse engineer technologies based on physical principles that go beyond current scientific understanding. Resource distribution systems have developed capabilities for rapid redistribution of essential supplies during disruptions that could last months or years. These systems go beyond preparation for natural disasters and include capabilities to maintain populations during periods of fundamental technological and social transition. Legal frameworks for intellectual property have been expanded to include technologies that could derive from non-human sources. These frameworks address questions about who would control transferred technologies, how they would be distributed, and what protections would exist to prevent monopolization of advances that could benefit all humanity. National security protocols have been updated to include scenarios where extraterrestrial presence requires unprecedented international cooperation. These protocols specify when to suspend normal geopolitical competitions, how to coordinate global responses, and how to maintain stability during periods of fundamental change. Communication networks between scientific, political, and religious elites have developed channels that would allow rapid coordination during contact events. These networks include protocols for immediate consultation, consensus development on responses, and coordination of public statements that would present united fronts to global populations. Psychological studies of populations have identified demographic groups that would be more or less receptive to revelations about extraterrestrial contact. This information has been used to develop targeted communication strategies that would maximize acceptance while minimizing social disruptions during transition periods. Social media monitoring systems have developed capabilities to detect and respond to misinformation about topics related to extraterrestrial contact. These systems can rapidly identify narratives that could cause panic, counter false information with verified data, and amplify messages that promote constructive responses to revelations. The evidence suggests that government scientific, and religious institutions have been preparing for decades for contact events that go beyond theoretical speculation. The levels of preparation observed suggest specific knowledge about timelines and nature of future contacts that has not been publicly revealed. The international coordination of these preparations implies a level of cooperation and consensus that would be difficult to achieve without convincing information about the probability and timing of contact events. The investment of resources in preparation suggests that authorities consider these events highly probable within specific timeframes. In private genetic laboratories around the world, researchers have identified something extraordinary: specific family lines that preserve concentrations of anomalous genetic markers that distinguish them significantly from general human populations. These families not only show exceptional physical and intellectual characteristics, but hereditary patterns that suggest deliberate preservation of specific genetic heritage through millennia. Genealogical studies of these family lines reveal matrimonial strategies that have maintained concentrations of certain alleles through generations. These families have frequently avoided random marriages, instead selecting partners from specific genetic lines that preserve similar markers. This directed inbreeding is not coincidental, but follows patterns that maximize preservation of specific characteristics. Genomic analyses of these individuals have identified allelic variants that occur at frequencies much higher than in general populations. Some markers appear in up to 90% of members of these family lines, compared to less than 1% in control populations. This statistically impossible concentration suggests deliberate selection maintained during extended periods. These families frequently occupy positions of disproportionate influence in financial institutions, multinational corporations, religious organizations, and government structures. Their representation in leadership roles significantly exceeds what would be expected by random probability. This concentration of power suggests preference systems that favor individuals with specific genetic heritage. Historical records show that many of these family lines have maintained access to information and resources that were not available to general populations during their respective eras. They possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, sophisticated medical techniques, and technological capabilities that exceeded what was officially available. This informational advantage has been consistently transferred through generations. Neurological studies of individuals from these family lines have revealed distinctive brain characteristics. They show higher neuronal densities in regions associated with complex information processing, long-term memory, and pattern recognition capabilities. These differences are hereditary and appear consistently across generations. Cognitive abilities measured in these individuals frequently significantly exceed population norms. Their scores on intelligence tests, working memory, and spatial processing place many in ranges that occur in less than 1% of general populations. However, these capabilities do not appear to result from educational or environmental advantages alone. Longevity analyses in these families reveal life expectancies that consistently exceed population averages by decades. Members frequently maintain physical and mental vitality to advanced ages that would be exceptional in general populations. This extended longevity cannot be completely explained by access to superior medical care. Disease-resistant studies have identified specific immunities that appear concentrated in these family lines. They show resistance to specific pathogens, reduced rates of certain genetic diseases, and recovery capabilities that exceed medical norms. These resistances are genetically coded and transmitted consistently. Sensory capability analyses have revealed that many individuals from these families possess sensory acuity that exceeds typical human ranges. They can detect sound frequencies in extended ranges, discriminate color variations that most cannot perceive, and occasionally demonstrate sensory capabilities that have no conventional physiological explanations. Psychological studies have identified distinctive personality patterns that appear consistently across these family lines. They show tendencies toward leadership, long-term planning, and decision-making that considers complex factors that most do not evaluate. These characteristics appear independently of specific training or education. The social networks of these families show levels of coordination and communication that exceed typical family patterns. They maintain contact across large geographical distances, coordinate strategies spanning multiple generations, and make collective decisions that require levels of consensus that would be difficult to achieve in larger groups. Financial records show that these families have maintained resource accumulation that significantly exceeds what would be possible through conventional economic activities alone. Their investment strategies frequently anticipate market developments with precision that suggests access to information not publicly available. This informational advantage has been maintained for centuries. Analyses of organizational affiliations reveal that members of these families frequently belong to exclusive societies that maintain secrecy about their activities and purposes. These organizations frequently use symbolism and rituals that correspond to ancient traditions related to human Anunnaki interactions. Knowledge preserved within these organizations is not available to general membership. Child development studies in these families have identified distinctive educational patterns that emphasize specific subjects. Children receive advanced instruction in astronomy, mathematics, ancient history, and occasionally subjects that are not taught in conventional educational institutions. This specialized education prepares individuals for specific roles that are not apparent until adult ages. Marriage pattern analyses show that these families frequently use selection criteria that go beyond personal compatibility or social status. Marriages frequently involve detailed genealogical analyses to verify specific genetic heritage. These matrimonial selections follow strategies that optimize preservation of inherited characteristics. Genetic activation studies have revealed that many individuals from these family lines experience genetic changes during certain periods of their lives. Genes that were inactive suddenly activate, frequently coinciding with specific astronomical events or exposure to particular stimuli. These activations result in expanded capabilities that were not present previously. Communication analyses have identified that members of these families frequently report communication experiences that do not involve conventional methods. They report receiving information during dreams, meditation, or altered states of consciousness that subsequently proves accurate about future events. These communicative capabilities have no conventional neuroscientific explanations. Pattern recognition studies have revealed that these individuals frequently can identify complex connections in information that most do not detect. They can analyze apparently unrelated data and extract conclusions that subsequently prove correct. This synthesis capability exceeds what can be explained by conventional analytical training. Crisis response analyses have shown that members of these families frequently assume leadership roles during emergencies, demonstrating organizational capabilities that exceed their previous experience. They can coordinate complex responses, make decisions under pressure, and maintain calm during situations that would incapacitate most. These capabilities appear to be innate rather than learned. Technological development studies have revealed that many scientific and engineering advances have been developed by individuals from these family lines. Their contributions to physics, medicine, computing, and other disciplines have been disproportionately significant. They frequently develop concepts that go beyond knowledge available during their eras. Historical records suggest that these families have maintained custodial roles over specific information and resources for millennia. They have preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost, maintained technologies through periods of civilizational decline, and facilitated developments that have benefited broader populations. The evidence suggests that these family lines represent a genetic preservation project that has been maintained for thousands of years. Their apparent function is to conserve specific capabilities and knowledge until periods when they would be necessary to facilitate civilizational transitions or specific contact events. In the world's most advanced research laboratories, scientists are developing technologies that officially represent independent advances in human engineering. However, when you examine the underlying principles, development timelines, and quantum leaps in capabilities that these developments represent, patterns emerge that suggest many of these innovations derive from knowledge that existed long before their supposed discovery. Developments in magnetic levitation technology have reached capabilities that allow stable suspension of massive objects without physical contact. Maglev systems used in high-speed trains employ principles that require sophisticated understanding of electromagnetic fields and their interactions with specific materials. However, the fundamental principles appeared suddenly in research without the extensive periods of gradual development that normally characterize scientific advances. Researchers in acoustic levitation have developed systems that can suspend and manipulate objects using sound waves of specific frequencies. These systems can levitate dense materials, rotate them on any axis, and move them with controlled precision. The frequencies used correspond exactly to resonances that ancient texts described for making stones float like feathers. Advances in metamaterial technology have produced substances with properties that do not occur naturally. These materials can manipulate electromagnetic waves in ways that create invisibility effects, force fields that repel specific objects, and surfaces that can change their physical properties under electronic command. The underlying principles appeared simultaneously in multiple laboratories without clear research precedents. Genetic engineering has advanced from rudimentary techniques to DNA editing capabilities with precision that allows specific modifications of living organisms. CRISPR and related technologies can insert, delete, or modify specific genetic sequences with success rates that exceed what technological development models had predicted. These capabilities exactly replicate processes described in Sumerian texts for hybrid creation. Developments in quantum communication have achieved instantaneous transmission of information across distances that, in principle, could include interplanetary distances. Quantum entanglement systems allow transfer of information states without physical transmission of particles or waves. This technology appeared after decades of research that suddenly achieved breakthroughs that solved fundamental problems without clear explanations about the insights that made these solutions possible. Additive manufacturing techniques have evolved to capabilities of printing complex objects with multiple materials simultaneously, including integrated electronic components and structures that would be impossible to fabricate using conventional methods. These capabilities allow creation of objects with complex internal geometries that optimize function in ways that require advanced understanding of structural principles. Artificial intelligence systems have developed processing capabilities that exceed human brain function in specific domains. These systems can analyze patterns in massive amounts of data, identify correlations that humans do not detect, and develop strategies for complex problems that require synthesis of information from multiple disciplines. The algorithms that enable these capabilities appeared after development periods that do not correspond to expected gradual progression. Holography technology has advanced to capabilities of creating three-dimensional images that are indistinguishable from real physical objects. These holograms can be displayed in free air without physical screens, can be interactive, responding to gestures and commands, and can integrate real-time information from multiple sources. Applications include communication that replicates physical presence across large distances. Developments in ion propulsion have produced engines that can accelerate spacecraft to speeds that would allow interplanetary travel in fractions of the time required by conventional chemical propulsion. These systems use electromagnetic fields to accelerate charged particles, generating thrust without requiring chemical fuels. The fundamental principles appeared after research that suddenly solved efficiency problems that had been obstacles for decades. Matter manipulation techniques at atomic scale have allowed construction of structures with precision that enables control over specific physical properties. Nanotechnology can create materials with strength that exceeds steel, while being lighter than aluminum, surfaces that can change friction under electronic command, and devices that can automatically repair themselves when damaged. Field detection systems have developed capabilities to identify objects, analyze compositions, and monitor activities at distances that exceed ranges of conventional detection systems. These instruments can penetrate opaque materials, identify underground features, and detect electromagnetic activities from satellite distances. The capabilities represent quantum leaps over preceding technologies. Advances in regenerative medicine have achieved techniques that can stimulate growth of specific tissues, replace damaged organs with biologically cultivated versions, and reverse aging processes in cellular systems. These capabilities appeared after research that suddenly identified cellular mechanisms that had eluded understanding during decades of preceding research. Virtual reality technology has evolved to systems that can directly stimulate neurological systems to create experiences that are indistinguishable from physical reality. These systems can transfer information directly to memory, allow telepathic communication between users, and create shared environments where multiple individuals can interact independently of physical locations. Developments in frequency analysis have identified that exposure to specific electromagnetic frequencies can influence neurological function, stimulate healing processes, and enhance cognitive capabilities. These applications use frequencies that correspond exactly to resonances that ancient texts described for specific effects on consciousness and human physiology. Directed beam communication systems have developed capabilities to transmit information to specific individuals without nearby receivers detecting the transmissions. This technology can direct sound, electromagnetic, or other waves to create effects that only the designated target experiences. Applications include discrete communication and information transfer without interception. Advances in computing have achieved systems that can simulate complex processes with precision that allows prediction of future events in dynamic systems. These models can analyze multiple variables simultaneously, identify inflection points in complex systems, and calculate probabilities for future developments with precision that exceeds human analytical capabilities. The timeline of these developments shows patterns that suggest coordinated release of information from sources that had pre-existing knowledge of underlying principles. The advances appeared according to schedules that facilitated preparation for capabilities that would be necessary during specific periods. This coordination suggests guidance from entities that understood future requirements. The scientific principles that these developments employ frequently require understanding of physics that exceeds conventional academic models. Researchers have developed practical applications based on principles that theoretical physics still does not completely explain. This disconnect between application and understanding suggests access to knowledge that derives from external sources. The corporations that have developed these technologies frequently show research capabilities that exceed their apparent resources or previous expertise. Small companies have achieved advances that would require decades of research by much larger institutions. This efficiency suggests access to information that dramatically accelerates development processes. The integration of these technologies is creating capabilities that functionally replicate descriptions of Anunnaki technology in ancient texts. The combination of levitation, advanced communication, matter manipulation, and detection systems would provide capabilities that correspond to descriptions of tools and vehicles used by ancient visitors. When you examine all the evidence we have presented so far from a broad perspective, something begins to emerge that goes far beyond simple ancient extraterrestrial visitation. The Sumerian texts, when read as technical documents rather than mythology, reveal what can only be described as a master plan of social engineering that has been executed for millennia with precision that defies all coincidence. The Anunnaki's original objective was clear and limited: extract sufficient gold to repair Nibiru's atmosphere. However, circumstances forced them to create a solution that would have ramifications extending far beyond their immediate mining operations. The creation of hybrid human workers was not simply a temporary labor solution, but the establishment of a permanent presence on Earth. The texts reveal that from very early in the hybridization project, Anunnaki leaders recognized they had created something with potential that greatly exceeded their immediate operational requirements. Humans could not only perform mining work, but demonstrated learning, adaptation, and innovation capabilities that made them ideal candidates for much more sophisticated roles. The decision to incorporate growth potential into human genetic design was not accidental. The texts describe specific debates where Enki argued that the hybrids should have capacity to continue developing beyond their initial functions. This genetic programming for directed evolution established the foundations for everything that would follow. The plan that emerges from the texts encompasses multiple phases extending over tens of thousands of years. The first phase involved establishment and basic training of human populations for specific functions. The second phase included selective transfer of knowledge that would allow development of civilizations capable of functioning independently during periods of Anunnaki absence. The third phase, which apparently began after the flood, involved implementation of knowledge preservation systems and maintenance of specific genetic lines that could serve as contact points for re-establishment of future communications. This phase included establishments of secret societies, religious institutions, and political structures that would preserve specific elements of Anunnaki knowledge. The fourth phase involves human technological development to levels that would allow more sophisticated interaction when the Anunnaki returned. This phase required humans to develop capabilities in global communication, space exploration, genetic engineering, and computation that would allow them to participate as junior partners in broader operations. The timelines for these phases were not arbitrary, but were synchronized with specific astronomical cycles that would determine when Nibiru's return would make interplanetary communications and transportation feasible. Human development was directed to reach specific technological thresholds during temporal windows that would correspond with Nibiru's approaches. The control system implemented during these phases used multiple mechanisms that ensured development according to desired parameters without requiring constant, direct supervision. Genetic lines with concentrated Anunnaki heritage served as influence nodes that could direct developments in specific directions during critical periods. Religious institutions preserved knowledge encoded in forms that would maintain essential information while concealing it from general populations until appropriate moments for revelation. Educational systems were designed to develop specific capabilities in populations while limiting access to information that could accelerate development beyond planned timelines. Political and economic frameworks were structured to facilitate resource accumulation and global coordination that would be necessary for planetary-scale projects. Evolution toward global communication systems, international organizations, and integrated markets was not natural development, but directed progression toward specific organizational capabilities. Technological developments were directed toward areas that would be most useful for future Anunnaki operations: space communication, advanced computation, genetic engineering, and transportation systems that could be adapted for interplanetary use. Research investments were systematically directed toward these objectives through foundations, corporations, and government programs. The timing of specific scientific revelations was coordinated to ensure that critical capabilities would develop according to timelines that would coincide with Nibiru's return. Advances in genetics that would allow understanding of human modifications, developments in astronomy that would facilitate Nibiru's detection, and improvements in communication that would permit interplanetary contact all appeared during specific temporal windows. The contact preparation protocols currently being implemented are not reactive responses to speculative possibilities, but activation of plans that were established millennia before. Global communication systems, international legal frameworks, and coordination capabilities being developed correspond specifically to requirements that were anticipated from the beginning. The monitoring system that was maintained during the Anunnaki's absence provided continuous information about human progress and allowed adjustments in development strategies when necessary. The guardians who remained on Earth maintained capabilities to intervene subtly when developments deviated from desired parameters. The secret societies that preserved Anunnaki knowledge were not mystical organizations, but functional institutions that maintained technical information and operational protocols necessary to facilitate future reintegration. Their symbolism, rituals, and organizational structures derived directly from Anunnaki operational systems. Developments in artificial intelligence and quantum computation are approaching levels that would allow analysis and coordination of complex systems at scales that would facilitate integrated planetary operations. These capabilities are being developed specifically to serve functions that would require processing capabilities exceeding conventional human possibilities. The genetic modifications being developed in specific human populations are not natural evolution, but activation of programming that was incorporated into the original human design. The genetic switches being activated in response to specific signals are preparing individuals for roles that will require expanded capabilities. The changes in global consciousness that are occurring, increased interest in human origins, growing acceptance of extraterrestrial life possibility, development of planetary rather than national perspectives, represent psychological preparation that will facilitate acceptance of revelations about Anunnaki presence. The master plan that emerges from this evidence is not conventional exploitation or colonization, but development of a hybrid society that would combine Anunnaki knowledge and technology with human creativity and adaptability. Humans would not be permanent subordinates, but partners in a civilization that could expand beyond Earth toward other planetary systems. The final phase of this plan involves formal integration, where humans would assume specific responsibilities in broader galactic operations. The capabilities we have developed, genetic diversity, cultural adaptability, technological innovation, and resistance to adverse conditions, would make us ideal candidates for colonization of worlds that might be inadequate for direct Anunnaki occupation. The timeline for implementation of this final phase corresponds with Nibiru's current return and the convergence of human technological developments with capabilities necessary for participation in interplanetary operations. The coming decades will determine whether humanity is prepared to assume the roles for which we were originally designed. The evidence suggests that this master plan has been executed with remarkable success through millennia of directed human development. We are approaching the moment when the Anunnaki investment in human social engineering will reach fruition, and when the true purpose of our creation will be fully revealed. As evidence about the Anunnaki origins of humanity becomes increasingly difficult to deny, human populations are beginning to divide into distinct factions with fundamentally different perspectives on how to respond to the reality of our creators. This division is not simply academic or philosophical, but has profound implications for the future of our species. The first group, which we could call the independentists, categorically rejects any form of reintegration with the Anunnaki. They argue that regardless of our origins, humans have developed cultural, technological, and moral autonomy that gives us the right to complete self-determination. For this group, any Anunnaki return represents an existential threat to human sovereignty. The independentists point to thousands of years of independent human development as evidence that we no longer need external supervision. They have developed technologies, political systems, philosophies, and artistic expressions that are uniquely human. They argue that reintegration would mean loss of these cultural achievements and reduction of humans to permanent subordinate status. Their concerns are not completely unfounded. The texts reveal that historical relationships between Anunnaki and humans frequently involved authoritarian control, restrictions on technological development, and use of human populations for purposes that did not always coincide with human interests. The independentists fear that the return would result in re-establishment of these unequal power dynamics. The second group, the collaborationists, sees the Anunnaki return as an opportunity for advances that would be impossible to achieve independently. They argue that the challenges facing humanity, climate change, resource scarcity, potential for nuclear war, environmental degradation, require solutions that are beyond current technological capabilities. The collaborationists point out that Anunnaki technology could solve these problems in decades instead of centuries. Access to advanced energy sources, environmental remediation techniques, regenerative medicine, and space exploration capabilities could transform the human condition in fundamentally positive ways. This group also argues that collaboration would not necessarily mean subordination. Humans have developed capabilities that could be valuable to the Anunnaki: creativity, cultural diversity, adaptability, and resilience. A hybrid society could combine the strengths of both species in ways that would benefit all participants. The third group, the neutralists, adopts a wait-and-see position. They recognize both the risks and potential benefits of reintegration, but argue that decisions should be based on more complete information about current Anunnaki intentions and capabilities. They do not automatically oppose contact, but insist it must occur on terms that protect fundamental human interests. The neutralists favor development of communication protocols that would allow evaluation of Anunnaki proposals without immediate commitment to specific courses of action. They propose periods of limited exchange where both species could evaluate compatibility and develop mutual understanding before making irreversible decisions. However, these ideological divisions are complicated by practical factors that could limit human options. If the Anunnaki possess technological superiority as dramatic as the texts suggest, effective resistance might be impossible. The described capabilities, climate manipulation, weapons that can destroy mountains, technology that can influence neurological function, would exceed any human defensive system. Military preparations that have been developed by major powers include systems that could theoretically be used against extraterrestrial threats, but analyses suggest they would be inadequate against technology that can manipulate gravity, operate in multiple dimensions, or directly affect electronic systems. Conventional military resistance would not be a viable option. Economic resistance strategies also face significant limitations. If the Anunnaki could provide technologies that would revolutionize energy production, agriculture, manufacturing, and transportation, economies that rejected these technologies would become completely uncompetitive. Economic pressure for collaboration could be irresistible. Environmental factors add additional urgency to these considerations. Climate models suggest that humans face limited temporal windows to implement large-scale solutions before irreversible changes occur. If Anunnaki technology could prevent environmental collapse, rejecting it for ideological reasons could condemn future generations. Divisions within human populations could also be exploited to facilitate gradual reintegration. Groups that collaborated first would gain technological and economic advantages that would allow them to influence more reluctant groups. This dynamic could create social pressure for participation even among initially opposed populations. Genetic lines with concentrated Anunnaki heritage could serve as entry points for influence that would eventually extend to broader populations. These individuals have personal interests in successful reintegration and possess capabilities that allow them to occupy leadership positions that would facilitate broader acceptance. Global communication systems that now exist would allow targeted persuasion campaigns that could influence public opinion in ways that would be impossible during previous historical periods. The ability to reach global populations simultaneously with coordinated messages would provide powerful tools for shaping human responses. However, these same technologies could also facilitate coordination of resistance if populations decided to reject reintegration. Communication networks that could be used to promote collaboration could also be employed to organize opposition. Global information distribution would make it difficult to completely suppress resistance movements. Developments in quantum cryptography and secure communications could allow resistance groups to maintain communications that would be impossible to intercept even with advanced technology. These capabilities could provide foundations for maintaining human autonomy even under conditions of external supervision. Advances in biotechnology could also provide capabilities that would complicate Anunnaki control. If humans could modify their own genetic structure, they could potentially eliminate programming that makes them susceptible to external influence or develop resistances to specific control technologies. The dispersion of human populations throughout the solar system through space colonization could provide refuges for groups that chose independent development. Colonies on Mars, asteroids, or outer moons could maintain human cultures that would be physically separated from direct Anunnaki influence. Generational factors will also influence these decisions. Generations that have grown up with advanced technology and global perspectives might be more willing to accept integration with more advanced civilization. Older generations that value traditions and cultural autonomy might resist fundamental changes more strongly. Religious and philosophical frameworks will also provide contexts for these decisions. Some religious traditions might interpret the Anunnaki return as fulfillment of prophecies, while others might see it as a threat to fundamental beliefs. These perspectives will influence how specific populations respond to revelations and proposals. The most likely outcome is that different human populations will choose different responses, creating a global mosaic of collaboration, resistance, and neutrality that would evolve over time according to each group's experiences. This diversity of approaches could provide the best strategy for preserving human options while exploring potential benefits of reintegration. The key will be maintaining capabilities for multiple approaches simultaneously. Development of defenses that could be used if resistance becomes necessary, preparation of negotiation frameworks that would protect fundamental human interests, and preservation of cultures and knowledge that define human identity regardless of decisions about external collaboration. We have traveled an extraordinary journey through evidence spanning archaeology, genetics, astronomy, analysis of ancient texts, and contemporary technological developments. Each scientific discipline, when examined without institutional prejudices, provides pieces of a puzzle that forms a coherent pattern that is impossible to rationally ignore. The convergence of evidence from completely independent sources creates a case that exceeds the standards of proof we routinely apply to other scientific conclusions. When archaeologists find out-of-place artifacts, when geneticists identify anomalies that cannot be explained by natural evolution, when astronomers detect objects that behave in ways suggesting artificial technology, and when ancient texts provide technical descriptions that correspond to modern capabilities, the cumulative weight of evidence becomes overwhelming. The statistical calculations for all these anomalies to occur independently by coincidence are astronomically small. The probability that civilizations separated by oceans would develop identical construction techniques, preserve similar accounts of celestial visitors, and maintain astronomical knowledge requiring advanced instruments, all without mutual communication, approaches mathematical zero. Materials analyses from specific archaeological sites have provided physical evidence that cannot be explained by conventional technological capabilities of their supposed epochs. Alloys requiring industrial refining techniques, precision tolerances needing computer-controlled machinery, and evidence of ancient nuclear events provide verifiable data that any researcher can examine. Genetic studies have revealed modifications in human DNA that show characteristics of directed engineering rather than natural evolution. The specific fusion of chromosomes, the sudden appearance of genes without evolutionary precedents, and the presence of sequences that appear programmed for future activation provide molecular evidence of artificial intervention in human development. Astronomical observations have confirmed the existence of objects in the outer solar system that correspond to descriptions of Nibiru in ancient texts. Gravitational perturbations, anomalous electromagnetic emissions, and effects on known planets provide instrumental evidence of the presence of massive objects in orbits that coincide with Sumerian timelines. Contemporary technological developments have replicated capabilities described in ancient texts with precision that cannot be coincidental. Magnetic levitation, quantum communication, molecular-level material manipulation, and genetic engineering have appeared following timelines that correspond to predictions about when humanity would reach specific technological levels. Modern sighting patterns and encounters with unidentified aerial objects show characteristics that are consistent with technology described in Sumerian texts. The observed capabilities, instantaneous acceleration, gravity manipulation, silent operation at supersonic speeds, correspond exactly to descriptions of Anunnaki vehicles. The preparation protocols being implemented by governmental and scientific institutions go far beyond what would be necessary for theoretical speculation about extraterrestrial contact. The observed levels of preparation suggest specific knowledge about timelines and nature of future events that has not been publicly revealed. Communication networks among scientific, political, and religious elites have developed coordination capabilities that would allow coordinated global responses to contact events. This infrastructure represents investment of resources and time that would only be justified if such events were considered highly probable. Changes in disclosure policies about unidentified aerial phenomena represent gradual official recognition that these objects demonstrate real technology exceeding known human capabilities. This controlled revelation suggests preparation for more comprehensive admissions about extraterrestrial presence. Analyses of specific family lines have identified individuals with concentrations of anomalous genetic markers that distinguish them from general populations and correspond to descriptions of descendants of Anunnaki human hybridization. These individuals frequently occupy positions of influence and demonstrate capabilities exceeding typical human norms. Studies of megalithic sites using advanced detection technologies have revealed extensive underground structures that far exceed the visible surface constructions. These installations suggest technological purposes that go beyond ceremonial or religious functions conventionally attributed. Historical records from multiple civilizations preserve detailed accounts of specific events involving intervention by beings with advanced technology. The consistency of these accounts across cultures, separated geographically and temporally, exceeds what can be explained by independent mythological development. Analyses of historical chronologies have identified periods of accelerated development that cannot be explained by gradual cultural progression. The sudden appearance of technical capabilities, scientific knowledge, and complex social organizations suggests transfer of information from external sources. Developments in artificial intelligence have reached capabilities that would allow comprehensive analysis of all correlations between evidence related to Anunnaki presence. These systems can process data quantities exceeding human analytical capabilities and have confirmed patterns that support literal interpretations of ancient texts. Climate and geological models have confirmed that Earth has experienced catastrophic changes that correspond to descriptions of events associated with Anunnaki presence. Patterns of volcanic activity, changes in oceanic levels, and alterations in Earth's magnetic field show periodicities that correspond to orbital cycles described for Nibiru. Institutional resistance to comprehensive research on these topics has diminished considerably as evidence has become impossible to deny. Scientists from prestigious institutions have begun publishing research that supports alternative interpretations of archaeological, genetic, and astronomical evidence. The media has begun reporting on these topics with increasing seriousness instead of the automatic ridicule that characterized previous coverage. This transformation in attitudes suggests that official perspectives are changing in response to accumulation of verifiable evidence. New generations of researchers, less invested in maintaining established paradigms, are increasingly willing to examine evidence objectively without institutional filters that have restricted previous research. This generational openness is accelerating research in areas that were previously marginalized. When we consider all this evidence together, the convergence of multiple scientific disciplines, the statistical impossibility of coincidence, the verifiability of specific data, and the transformation in institutional attitudes, the conclusion becomes inescapable. Sumerian texts describe real events involving extraterrestrial visitors who genetically modified human populations and established the foundations of human civilization. This conclusion is not based on belief or speculation, but on rigorous analysis of verifiable evidence that any researcher can examine independently. The data is available, the methods are replicable, and the conclusions are logically inevitable for anyone willing to examine the evidence without predetermined prejudices. Recognition of this reality marks the beginning of a new era in human understanding of our origins, our development, and our potential destiny. We can no longer maintain illusions about independent development or cosmic isolation. We are products of extraterrestrial genetic engineering, inheritors of alien knowledge, and participants in a plan that extends far beyond our planet. The question is no longer whether this is true, but what we will do with this knowledge and how we will prepare for the future that this understanding makes inevitable. We stand at the threshold of the most significant transformation in recorded human history. The coming decades will not only alter how we live, work, or relate to each other, but will fundamentally redefine what it means to be human. The convergence of evidence we have examined points toward changes that are as inevitable as dawn. The technological developments we have observed during recent decades represent only the first manifestations of an acceleration that will completely transform our capacity to manipulate matter, energy, information, and even time and space. The levitation technology that now functions in laboratories will expand to transportation systems that will make conventional automobiles, trains, and airplanes obsolete. Quantum communication systems that enable instantaneous transfer of information will eventually connect not only terrestrial populations, but installations on other planets and stellar systems. Humanity will move from being a species confined to a single world to participants in galactic communication networks that include multiple civilizations. Genetic engineering that currently can correct specific defects will evolve to capabilities of complete optimization of human potential. The limitations that were programmed into our original design, limited life expectancy, susceptibility to diseases, dependence on tools for basic survival, can be removed or modified according to individual choice. However, these technological transformations will require social adaptations that will challenge institutions that have defined human civilization for millennia. Political systems based on national sovereignty will become obsolete when humanity integrates into organizational structures that span multiple worlds and species. Concepts of citizenship, political representation, and governmental authority will require complete redefinition when humans become participants in galactic federations that operate according to principles that go beyond terrestrial political experience. National democracies will evolve toward governance systems that include entities with temporal perspectives extending over millennia. Economic structures will experience equally fundamental disruptions. Monetary systems based on scarcity will become irrelevant when molecular replication technologies enable abundant production of any material good. Concepts of property, wage labor, and capital accumulation will require complete reconceptualization. The transition toward post-scarcity economies will create opportunities for human populations to focus on intellectual, creative, and spiritual development instead of basic survival. However, this transition will also eliminate social structures that have provided purpose and identity for billions of people for generations. Educational systems will face the need for complete transformation to prepare individuals for realities that completely exceed human historical experience. Curricula will have to include communication with non-human species, navigation in variable gravity environments, understanding of technologies based on advanced physical principles, and participation in cultures that integrate perspectives from multiple civilizations. Religious institutions will confront theological challenges that will require fundamental reinterpretation of concepts about creation, divine purpose, and spiritual destiny. Traditions that have provided moral framework and existential meaning will have to evolve to incorporate realities of extraterrestrial origins and participation in broader galactic community. However, this evolution will also create opportunities for spiritual synthesis that could unify diverse religious traditions under expanded understanding of cosmic connections. Concepts of divinity, soul, and transcendence could acquire deeper meanings when contextualized within perspectives that span multiple worlds and forms of consciousness. The potential benefits of successful integration with Anunnaki civilization exceed anything humanity could achieve independently within relevant timeframes. Access to energy technologies that do not require fossil fuels could resolve global climate crisis in decades instead of centuries. Medical techniques that can regenerate tissues, reverse aging, and optimize neurological function could eliminate most diseases and extend human lifespan for centuries or millennia. Terraforming capabilities could create habitable environments on planets that are currently inhospitable, providing resources and living space for expanding human populations. Space exploration systems that utilize advanced propulsion could enable travel to neighboring stellar systems in years instead of millennia. Humanity could participate in galactic exploration and colonization that would establish human presence on hundreds of worlds within centuries. Access to knowledge libraries accumulated by civilizations that have existed for millions of years could accelerate human scientific understanding by orders of magnitude. Disciplines like physics, mathematics, biology, and engineering could advance in decades what would have required millennia of independent research. However, these opportunities come accompanied by responsibilities that humanity has never faced previously. As participants in galactic community, we would have obligations toward other species and ecosystems that go beyond local planetary considerations. Humanity would have to assume roles in preservation of galactic biological diversity, protection of developing species that are passing through evolutionary phases we have completed, and contribution to research projects that benefit multiple civilizations. These responsibilities would require moral maturity and ethical perspectives that exceed current human conceptual frameworks. Humans would also have to contribute unique capabilities that justify our participation in broader galactic structures. Our genetic diversity, cultural creativity, and capacity for adaptation to adverse conditions would make us ideal candidates for colonization of worlds that might be inadequate for more specialized species. The transition toward these expanded roles will require evolution in human consciousness that goes beyond technological or social changes. We will have to develop identities that transcend tribal, national, or even planetary loyalties toward perspectives that include welfare of complete galactic ecosystems. This expansion of consciousness could also unlock human potentials that are currently latent. capabilities for telepathic communication, extrasensory perception, and energy manipulation that appear sporadically in specific individuals could be systematically activated in broader populations. Developments in biotechnology integrated with Anunnaki technology could enable direct interfaces between human consciousness and advanced computing systems. These interfaces could expand human cognitive capabilities to levels that would permit information processing and problem-solving that are currently beyond biological capabilities. Integration could also facilitate development of hybrid forms of consciousness that combine human intuition with analytical capabilities of advanced artificial intelligence. These expanded consciousnesses could address complex problems that require both creativity and massive data processing. The final result of these transformations would be evolution of humanity towards something that maintains essentially human characteristics while acquiring capabilities we currently associate with science fiction. We would be recognizably human in values, perspectives, and cultural expressions, but with capabilities that would allow us to participate effectively in galactic civilization. This evolution would not represent loss of humanity, but realization of potential that was always present but required specific conditions to manifest completely. The coming decades will determine whether we are prepared to embrace this transformation or whether we will allow fears and conceptual limitations to prevent us from achieving our cosmic destiny. We have arrived at the moment that ancient texts predicted, that scientists have calculated, and that institutional preparations have anticipated for decades. Humanity finds itself at a crossroads that will determine not only our immediate future, but the destiny of our species for millennia to come. The options before us are clear, the consequences are understandable, and the time to decide is running out. The first option is cooperative reintegration with the Anunnaki, according to terms that recognize both their superior capabilities and our rights as a conscious species. This option would involve negotiation of agreements that would provide gradual access to advanced technologies in exchange for human participation in broader galactic projects. The benefits of this option are enormous. Immediate solution to global climate crisis, access to medicine that could eliminate diseases and extend lifespan significantly, energy technologies that would end dependence on fossil fuels, and space exploration opportunities that would establish human presence on multiple worlds. The risks include potential loss of cultural autonomy, dependence on technology we do not completely understand, and subordination to agendas that might not align perfectly with long-term human interests. However, negotiation frameworks could establish safeguards that would protect fundamental human values while allowing benefits of integration. The second option is organized resistance that would maintain human independence, but reject offers of advanced technology or political integration. This option would require accelerated development of defensive and technological capabilities that could eventually reach parity with Anunnaki capabilities. The benefits of resistance include preservation of complete cultural autonomy, maintenance of control over human destiny, and potential for development of unique capabilities that could eventually equal or exceed Anunnaki achievements. Human history of innovation under pressure suggests that extreme challenges could catalyze extraordinary advances. The risks are equally significant. Potential escalation toward conflict we might not win, loss of opportunities to resolve existential crises we face, and isolation from galactic developments that could leave humanity permanently relegated to minor civilization status. The third option is selective neutrality that would maintain formal independence while allowing limited exchanges in specific areas. This option would involve establishment of protocols that would permit cooperation on mutually beneficial projects without commitment to complete political integration. This option could provide benefits of both approaches while minimizing risks. Controlled access to specific technologies that would address immediate problems, maintenance of cultural and political autonomy, and preservation of options for future changes as circumstances evolve. However, neutrality could also prove unsustainable long-term if pressures from groups favoring complete integration or total resistance eventually force more definitive choices. The stability of neutrality agreements would depend on continued commitment from both parties to mutual respect and shared benefit. Factors that will influence this decision include evaluation of Anunnaki intentions based on initial communications, analysis of realistic human defensive capabilities, assessment of urgency of problems that could be resolved through cooperation, and consideration of implications for future generations. Historical evidence provides mixed context for these evaluations. Records show that past relationships between Anunnaki and humans included periods of beneficial cooperation, as well as episodes of authoritarian control and conflict. Current intentions could differ from historical patterns, but past experiences inform assessment of potential risks. Human defensive capabilities, although they have advanced significantly, probably remain inadequate for effective resistance against technology that can manipulate gravity, directly influence neurological function, and operate in multiple spatial dimensions. These limitations suggest that cooperation might be more viable than confrontation. The urgency of environmental and social problems we face adds temporal pressure to these decisions. Climate models indicate limited windows for implementation of solutions before irreversible changes occur. If Anunnaki technology could prevent civilizational collapse, the cost of rejecting it could be unacceptably high. Generational considerations are also critical. Decisions made now will affect not only current populations, but hundreds of future generations. The responsibility of making decisions that could determine species' destiny for millennia requires wisdom that goes beyond immediate political or economic considerations. Consultation processes being developed attempt to include perspectives from all sectors of human populations. Scientists are providing technical analyses of options and consequences. Religious leaders are exploring spiritual and ethical implications. Philosophers are examining fundamental questions about nature of consciousness, autonomy, and progress. Ordinary citizens are being consulted through surveys, public forums, and deliberative processes that attempt to capture diverse perspectives on preferences and priorities. These processes reveal significant divisions, but also areas of emerging consensus about fundamental values that must be preserved regardless of decisions about external cooperation. Cultural perspectives vary considerably according to historical traditions, experiences with external authority, and conceptual frameworks for understanding relationships between different groups. Some cultures prioritize autonomy and resistance to external influence, while others emphasize adaptation and integration with more powerful forces. Ethical considerations involve questions about consent, intergenerational justice, preservation of cultural diversity, and obligations toward other species. These ethical dilemmas have no historical precedence and require development of new conceptual frameworks for moral evaluation of unprecedented options. The decision-making process is evolving toward systems that combine broad democratic consultation with expert analysis of technical considerations that exceed general public knowledge. Frameworks are being developed to ensure that final decisions reflect both popular preferences and realistic understanding of implications and limitations. Preliminary results from consultations suggest emerging consensus around principles that include preservation of fundamental human dignity, maintenance of cultural diversity, protection of future generations' rights, and commitment to mutual benefit in any cooperation agreement. There is also broad agreement about need for complete transparency in communications with Anunnaki, establishment of independent verification mechanisms for any agreement, and maintenance of capabilities to modify decisions as circumstances and understanding evolve. Consultations have identified red lines that most consider non-negotiable: maintenance of autonomy over fundamental decisions about cultural development, preservation of religious and philosophical diversity, protection of individual rights of conscience and expression, and guarantees against non-consensual genetic modifications. Emerging consensus favors gradual approaches that would permit evaluation of Anunnaki intentions and competencies through limited initial cooperation before more extensive commitments. This preference reflects wisdom of proceeding cautiously with decisions that would have irreversible consequences. Implementation timelines for decisions are being adjusted to accommodate both the urgency of problems requiring solution and the need for careful deliberation about long-term implications. Protocols include mechanisms for periodic review and modification of agreements according to accumulated experiences. Humanity is demonstrating maturity as a species that positions us well to navigate these unprecedented challenges. Our capacity for democratic deliberation, ethical consideration, and cooperation across cultural differences provides solid foundations for making wise decisions about our cosmic future. The moment of decision approaches, but humanity is preparing to face it with the wisdom, courage, and unity that these historical moments require. Whatever path we choose, we will do so as a species conscious of our responsibilities toward ourselves, our descendants, and our place in the broader cosmos. We have completed an extraordinary journey through evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew about our origins, our development, and our place in the universe. What began as research into ancient texts has evolved toward understanding that requires fundamental reconceptualization of human history and our potential future. The profound meaning of these findings extends far beyond historical corrections. Understanding our extraterrestrial origins provides us perspective on latent capabilities we could develop, future challenges we might face, and opportunities we could seize to evolve toward forms of existence we can currently barely imagine. The implications for human identity are equally profound. We are products of collaboration between terrestrial and extraterrestrial intelligences, inheritors of knowledge spanning multiple worlds, and potential participants in galactic civilization that could infinitely expand our experiential and evolutionary horizons. However, this knowledge also comes with responsibilities. As beings conscious of our cosmic origins, we have obligations toward our creators, toward other species that share our universe, and toward future generations that will inherit the consequences of decisions we make now. The call to action that emerges from this understanding is clear. We must prepare individually and collectively to participate constructively in the dialogue that will determine our cosmic future. This requires education about realities that transcend conventional terrestrial experience, development of ethical perspectives that include galactic considerations, and cultivation of wisdom necessary to navigate relationships with more advanced intelligences. It also requires courage to embrace transformations that might be uncomfortable, but are necessary for continued evolution. The future that awaits us is not simply continuation of the past, but entry toward realities that will fundamentally expand what it means to exist as conscious beings in a universe filled with intelligence and purpose. Human history has been preparation for this moment. Our struggles, achievements, and cultural developments have equipped us with capabilities that will allow us to contribute meaningfully to broader galactic civilization. We are unique in our diversity, creativity, and capacity for adaptation, qualities that will be valuable in cosmic contexts we are just beginning to understand. The evidence is before us. Understanding is within our reach. The opportunities are extraordinary. The moment to act has arrived. We are children of the stars, created with purpose, destined for greatness that transcends our natal world. The cosmos awaits us. Our Creator's return and our true journey to the stars is about to begin. The choice is ours. The future belongs to us. Humanity's cosmic adventure begins now.